Okay.
Pronunciation is Ayman.
Emon,
Ayman Rai.
can I go?
Yeah.
Can I start? Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, welcome to the first annual high-level ministerial roundtable on just transition. My name is Soipan Tuya, Minister for Environment and Climate Change from Kenya, and together with my colleague, His Excellency Emon Ryan, Minister for Environment from Ireland, we will be moderating this roundtable today, and it is our pleasure to be here. Excellencies, Decision 1 CMF4 affirmed that sustainable and just solutions to the climate crisis must be founded on meaningful and effective social dialogue and participation of all stakeholders. It noted that the global transition to low emissions provides opportunities and challenges for sustainable economic development and poverty eradication. The decision also emphasized that just and equitable transition encompasses pathways that include energy, socio-economic, workforce, and other dimensions, all of which must be based on nationally defined development priorities and include social protection so as to mitigate potential impacts associated with transition. In that context, the first annual high-level ministerial roundtable on just transition will provide a platform for a political discussion on framing and implementing just transitions and on the scope and direction for the work program. We would like to announce that the annual high-level ministerial roundtable is being webcast on the COP28 virtual platform, and simultaneous translation is also provided into the official UN languages. It is now my pleasure to give the floor to His Excellency Dr. Sultan Ahmed Al-Jaber, President of COP28, for his keynote address. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Excellencies, Ministers, Heads of Delegations, honored guests, dear friends. Allow me to begin by thanking Egypt's presidency for establishing the Just Transition Work Program. And I'd like to thank everybody here for your contributions to such a successful start to COP28, in fact, a historic start. It would not have been possible if it wasn't for your hard work and dedication and genuine interests in making it be as such. We have also seen good traction over the past 3 days. We have seen great early action from parties and stakeholders on health, industrial decarbonization, finance. This is all, in fact, very good news and good momentum, and we must find every possible opportunity to build on it and capitalize on it to ensure that we maintain this momentum leading into the ultimate delivery of the GST decision that is as ambitious as possible. All of us agree on the need for climate action to keep the North Star of 1.5 within reach. This Just Transition Work Program is about bringing everyone along with us. It recognizes the fundamental fact that system-wide change needs to be well managed to avoid disrupting lives and livelihoods. We need to ensure that our plans and our approach can cater for climate action while also ensuring sustainable socio-economic development. For the energy transition to be fair and equitable, we must be mindful of the potential impacts on jobs and on development. In short, we need maximum transition with minimum disruption. I ask you all to explore smart approaches to minimize the negative impacts of new policies to ensure developing nations don't have to choose between climate action and development. I count on you to give the political direction the world needs to achieve a just and fair transition. Please work together very closely and efficiently to come up with evidence-based guidance that impact policies and action in the real world. Your recommendations must be well-balanced, clear, and practical, and your input will be critical to guiding a well-balanced and highly ambitious GST decision. What you discuss here is critically important, and I'm counting that you will take your time to deliberate, to discuss, to engage, and to deliver the necessary recommendations. I trust that you all will approach this with a mindset centered around positivity, implementation, action, and results driven. And I hope that you are able to come back to us with the right recommendations. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And at this point, I want to congratulate you for a very well-organized COP. And as you rightly say, very, very good traction coming through at the very early stages. Thank you very much. It now gives me great pleasure to give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Simon Still, the Executive Secretary of the UNFCCC Secretariat. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excellencies, honorable ministers, delegates, colleagues, it is my pleasure to welcome you to this first annual high-level ministerial roundtable on just transition. Let me get right to the point. Transitioning away from the fossil fuel era is no small feat. We're talking about one of the biggest transformations in human history. It will require massive changes to our economies, our infrastructure, and our workforce. We must design and scale up pathways to achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement in a way that is just and equitable for all. But how do we define what is just? The just transition means different things to different people depending on who they are and where they live. But one thing is certain, we cannot and will not leave those with less power and marginalized groups out of the picture. Solutions to the climate crisis are meant to be inclusive. They must ensure that everyone, women, indigenous peoples, and youth, in all their diversity, have equal opportunities to benefit from these transitions. Developing countries are facing a tough challenge. Continue to develop, but don't do it in the carbon-intensive way that countries have done in the past. And so those who have contributed least to centuries of fossil fuel emissions must be protected and assisted by those who have benefited most from decades of fossil fuel extraction and consumption. Those countries that have already profited the most from coal, oil, and gas must make the fastest and sharpest reductions in output. Humanity has shown that it is very good at innovation, but considerably less good at making difficult policy choices. So we need innovation to inspire boldness and courage also in charting a policy road. Change must be change towards better societies, not just low-carbon ones. The International Labour Organization estimates that bold climate action could generate economic benefits of $26 trillion by 2030 compared to business as usual. Creating new future-oriented jobs through green investments that draw on the vibrant potential of countries. So, dear delegates, if these transitions aren't just, we won't transition at all. If done right, the transition offers immense opportunities, a systems change in which all communities, workers, and countries are lifted. So I urge parties to engage in constructive discussions with a view to recommending a draft decision on the matter for consideration and adoption here at COP28. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. As we all know, the COP President has many mandates ahead of him and will have to leave us now. We want to thank Your Excellency for your leadership in steering this process forward. And with this, we will conclude the first part of this session. So the next session will set the scene for our discussion today. The objective is to bring clarity on what is happening globally on the topic of just transition, its importance, what are the latest developments, and the areas where value can be added. We will have two presentations, followed by a short overview on this theme by the constituent.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, can you please take your seat? We are about to start. 1 minute and we start. Thank you very much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the historic day is here. We have the first ever Health Day at the COP28, and again, all of our gratitude goes to the COP28 presidency, minister, and all of those who have been working very hard to reach this moment. The global health community has been working for many years to reach this moment, and we are gonna take this opportunity very, very seriously. Not only we are here to represent the voice of the health community, the damage that climate change is doing to our health, but taking this opportunity to scale up, to take this momentum, and to have the opportunity to finally go into the negotiations and make sure that the negotiators understand that maybe using a health indicator will be the best way to measure their successes on the negotiation on emissions. My name is Maria Neira, and I am the director of the Department of Environment, Climate Change and Health at the World Health Organization, and I will be, with your permission, a chair with two fantastic co-chairs who accepted this big challenge with me. I will have a special youth delegate that I will introduce later, and the head of the AMREF in Africa, Dr. Gitingi, and it's up to you to decide which one is representing the youth. Okay, you got it. Let me start with some, I'm afraid, some instructions. You know that this is the first ever ministerial on a COP. We are so happy to have so many ministers of health raising the voice of the health community so strongly. The problem of that, if there is a problem, is that we all want to add our voice, and we have very short time for that. So I will be, I'm afraid, the one responsible to ask you something extremely difficult. I want you to raise the voice of the health community, but to raise it in less than 2 minutes. So let me ask you something very difficult for a Minister of Health, to use the short time you have to pass the message. Please, we will create a kind of healthy competition for those who will deliver the message in 2 minutes. You will be classified as the best one. We are not publishing any ranking, don't worry. But definitely we need you to understand that we want to give the voice to all of you as much as possible, but for that we need some discipline. I will have Dr. Shavano helping me to be the bad cop on keeping the time, and I can be the nice one. I love that role. There is another thing that I need to announce. There will be interpretation in 6 languages, the 6 UN official languages, which is great. You can use your own mother tongue. And then there is another announcement. You have the possibility as well to submit written statements and send it to the health@cop28.com. And we will be very happy to announce that this will be live stream and recorded, so whatever you will say, go to history like this day. And of course, we want you as well to, after that, on social media, we will be recording your statements if you want to do so, because we want to keep track of the fantastic statements that will be made here. We have a speaker order, and we are calling by country, so I am not calling you by your titles. With your permission, I will be calling you by countries, and we are asking you to sit behind your, obviously, your country name. And with that, I think all of the rules of the afternoon are set. Yeah, a nice announcement. At 7, there will be a reception, an important one. We need some celebration as well. That will be hosted by the COP presidency, by WHO, and the Reaching the Last Mile initiative. So if we want to attend, and it started at 7, and I'm sure that everybody will love to attend, please, we need to respect those 2 minutes. So in order to be the first one respecting that rule, I will like now to start this important moment of having so many ministers here to give the floor to our host, His Excellency Al-Always, Minister of Health of the UAE, for his first statement. Thank you, please.
Thank you, Maria. Dear friends, colleagues, good evening. And please excuse my voice. I've been talking since morning, so I'll switch to Arabic and I'll deliver my speech in Arabic. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، الضيوف الكرام، أسعد الله مساءكم بكل خير. يسعدني ويشرفني بداية أن أرحب بكم جميعا في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة، وفي هذا الاجتماع الوزاري الأول من نوعه والمعني بمناقشة شؤون الصحة والمناخ في مؤتمر الأطراف COP 28، ونتطلع من خلاله إلى مد جسور الشراكة والتعاون في مجال التنمية المستدامة والعمل المناخي. نلتقي اليوم في أول اجتماع لوزراء الصحة بتاريخ مؤتمرات المناخ COP لتبادل الأفكار والآراء والخبرات ووضع الخطط المستقبلية.
I welcome you all to the UAE, and it is a pleasure to announce the first ministerial meeting in COP. We will look forward to building bridges with partnership and cooperation in the field of sustainable development and climate action. We gather today for the first time to meet in of health ministries, and His Highness Sheikh Abdullah bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and His Excellency Tedros Adhanom of the World Health Organization to be part of this meeting, and all the participating countries were very responsive and very positive with regards to talking about the health issues. It is a great honor to have you participate in this vital meeting in order to achieve a positive change through unifying the efforts of the world and accommodating all for an equitable climate change. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the public health for peoples of the world was one of the most important concerns of the UAE. Following the footsteps of the founding father, His Highness Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan, and following the instructions and directives of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, President of the UAE, we have all exerted all efforts in order to provide the support that countries in the developing countries, and those who are vulnerable, to provide them with the support. And we have achieved great strides in this field. But this progress has been compromised. I'm sorry, I cannot hear the speaker.
I think the translators are saying that it's too quick.
I know, but okay. Yeah, we actually agreed on 5 minutes for us.
Go ahead.
فعلى سبيل المثال يهدد تعرض درجات.
For example, the raising temperatures are leading to a lot of diseases and a lot of fatalities because of overheating. And this requires great attention and health care in such hot temperatures. the children also need a lot of health care and a lot of attention, more than they had a decade ago. And as such, we are developing a lot of assessment tools in order to have national plans for the health sector in collaboration with all the local entities that are relevant. And we are working in partnership with the healthcare entities in order to create a comprehensive healthcare ecosystem that will also take into account the climate change. This has set the priority of climate change as one of the main concerns. Accordingly, the work with the Ministerial has worked with different sectors and different industries. And this is of crucial importance because our region has been impacted health-wise because of climate change. I would also like to appreciate and commend all the efforts that have been exerted in order to deal with these issues. I also am pleased to announce that 125 countries all around the world. I think we have to clap for such an accomplishment. I am certain that those who are participating today will increase these numbers in order to announce the COP. I welcome you once again to this great event. Looking forward to whatever you have to say and your input, especially with regards to Your Excellencies, the ministries, in order to have a fruitful conversation and sharing the expertise and knowledge, as well as the commitment and the announcement that would be announced with regards to COP28 in order to achieve our collective ambitions and objectives to have a healthy future for our coming generations.
Thank you very much. You have been very, very disciplined. It is my pleasure now. There is a small change in the order. Dr. Tedros preferred to talk after some of you. He wants to hear you, and he's very pleased to be in the middle of so many ministers of health. And now, this is then my honor to welcome the President, Surangel Whips of Palau. He wants to intervene, I think, from the podium. Is the President? The floor is yours. Thank you.
Ali, good afternoon. The people of Palau would like to congratulate the UAE for hosting this year's COP and applaud the UAE and the WHO in co-hosting this inaugural Health Ministers Conference. Our hope today, as it is with the entire COP, is to unite, act, and deliver. In a big ocean state such as Palau, the link between health and our people and the environment has been part of our traditional practices and a way of life for thousands of years. It is encapsulated in our shared Healthy Islands vision where, and I quote, "Children are nurtured in body and mind, environments invite learning and leisure, people work and age with dignity, ecological balance is a source of pride, and the ocean which sustained us is protected." Our hospitals and other healthcare infrastructure are vulnerable to rising sea levels, king tides, and typhoons. Our food crops and ocean resources are being threatened. It is time for us, as planetary stewards, to accept the responsibility and accountability. It's time for us to turn words into action. It's time for us to bridge the gap between climate change and health. The health of our planet is the health of our humanity. Just today, the Pacific countries unveiled the Unlocking Blue Pacific Prosperity Initiative, committing to 100% management of our oceans and 30% protection of our oceans. And the development of healthy food systems, because we know that healthy oceans plus healthy food means healthy people. To have a healthy and resilient people will require all of us to have mutual respect. We like to say in Palau, omul. This concept is central to our Palauan culture. This means respecting all people in all countries, regardless of economic might or population, and the respect for our planet as our only source of our livelihood. So looking towards the future, I am hopeful that as we continue building on the outcomes of today's historic meeting, our collective efforts in integrating climate change and health will take one step closer to achieving the optimal well-being, equity, and health for all people. Masulang, thank you, shukran.
Thank you very much, President of Palau. I will now start the ministerial statements, and it will be a pleasure. As I mentioned at the beginning, this has come after a lot of work. So we need to recognize the work that has been done previously by two countries who have been the presidents of previous COPs. To start, I will give the floor to the Ministers of Health of Egypt and the United Kingdom as former co-presidents. Let me start maybe giving the opportunity to go to the stage to His Excellency, Minister Khaled Abdel Ghaffar, the Minister of Health and Population of Egypt. Minister, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Спасибо, благодарю, Мария. Ваше превосходительство, уважаемые гости, дамы и господа, я с большим удовольствием присоединился к вам на этом мероприятии. И после успешного года, после того, как мы внесли здравоохранение в нашу программу действий, and cooperation, we firmly believe that addressing the global challenge of climate change requires collective action and shared responsibilities. Accordingly, we have actively sought to engage all nations with the aim of building consensus of driving meaningful changes. I would like to highlight that Egypt, during this year, proudly launched 3 groundbreaking initiatives that are considered as a major leap in global climate action. The first one is the Green Hospital Initiative, which is introduced to transform healthcare institutions into sustainable and eco-friendly facilities. The second one is the Initiative on Climate Action and Nutrition, ICAN, which was launched in partnership with different stakeholders with the aim of effectively addressing the intertwined nexus of climate change and nutrition. The third is on believing of the importance of the One Health as a holistic approach that significantly address climate change and its interconnected relation with health. Egypt launched the One Health National Strategic Framework 2023-2027 as a joint roadmap for One Health between the Ministry of Health, Agriculture and Environment, and in cooperation with the WHO and the FAO. Your Excellencies, indeed, the COVID-19 pandemic has taught us valuable lessons and valuable lessons about the importance of preparedness and the need to take swift and decisive actions, where the impact of climate change on the health could be the next pandemic. If we do not act decisively in this regard, I would like to take the opportunity as we gather at today's ministerial meeting to emphasize the urgent need for action and collaboration to build resilient health systems that are capable of coping and emerging threats without leaving anyone behind, especially for communities in vulnerable situations that are expected to be affected the most. To achieve so, we need to embrace innovative solutions, create a supportive environment for technology transfer, and promote the adoption of eco-friendly technologies in our healthcare facilities. Further, it is crucial to keep in mind the principle of common but differentiated responsibility, CBDR, and to take into account the countries
have varying levels of contribution and capacity to address climate change. Hence, it is crucial to establish a fair and equitable framework that ensures global cooperation and shared responsibilities. By working together, we can effectively provide essential technical support and allocate required resources to adapt the impact of climate change on health and promote sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, let us seize our meeting today to renew our commitments and leverage the rising opportunities to pave the way towards a sustainable and healthy future for all, and bring about the necessary changes to safeguard our planet and protect the well-being of future generations. And I thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Minister. It is now my pleasure to welcome on stage the Right Honourable Andrew Stephenson, Minister of State for Health of the United Kingdom. Thank you. Minister is running. Very good. Very good for health.
Thank you. Kept me on my toes. Your Excellencies, fellow ministers, WHO colleagues, and honourable guests, I'm proud to be representing the UK at the first Health Day in COP's history, and can I start by thanking His Highness and the entire UAE team for all of their work. By coming together as a global community, we can tackle the global impact of climate change on health. We've already made great progress, including in the United Kingdom. In 2020, the NHS England became the world's first national health system to commit to net zero, aiming to get there by 2045. And that's not all. Last year, we launched the Centre for Climate and Health Security, and soon it will publish a report into the health effects of climate change in the UK. Further, we're harnessing our research prowess to identify the best tools to combat the negative health impacts of climate change, not just in the UK, but around the world. That's why at COP26, we announced £20 million worth of funding for global climate and health research. Under this programme, UK researchers will soon begin working in partnership with their contemporaries across Africa and Southeast Asia, giving communities that bear the brunt of climate change the loudest voice in that research. As we move forward, international collaboration on climate and health will become even more important, and that's why the UK has endorsed the Declaration on Climate and Health. Days like today aren't just about dialogue. They're about laying the global foundations for progress in the decades to come. We've come a long way. I'm confident that by working together, we can go further still and improve the lives of millions of people across the globe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Egypt, UK. I will introduce now the first segment, which is about how climate change is impacting our health. As you know, WHO has declared climate change one of the biggest and the greatest challenges for public health. And the question now to all of you, the ones that will be participating in this first segment, is how is your country responding to the health impacts of climate change, and how are you building healthy, resilient communities and strengthening the health adaptation efforts. To introduce this first segment, I would like to ask Francesco Rocca, grazie Francesco, on stage. He is the president of International Federation of the Red Cross and Red Crescent. Francesco, you have to run as well. Where are you? Hey, Francesco has to run a little bit more than others. Thank you so much. No, the next one. I'm so sorry. Very much welcome. The rest of you, you will be doing it from the place where you are, so we will save time, and I'm sure that energy of our presenters.
Yes, Madam Chair, I think for the sake of the time, it's better. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, It is an honor to address you today on this important topic, but not as a leader of a humanitarian organization, but as a voice for communities worldwide suffering the dire health impacts of climate change. Climate change is a present crisis, manifesting the extreme weather events, rising sea levels and devastating droughts, floods and wildfires, all of which profoundly affect public health. As the largest humanitarian network, we have invested in understanding and communicating how climate change aggravates health risk in different contexts. What we witness is that the world is experiencing an unprecedented increase in heat-related illnesses, respiratory problems due to air pollution, malnutrition due to food insecurity, and the alarming spread of infectious diseases. In addition, people who experience extreme weather events are at high risk of developing short or long-term anxiety disorders, including feelings of loss, grief, depression, and even suicide. As always, vulnerable populations, the elderly, women, children, and low-income communities are disproportionately affected. The very fabric of global health is at risk, and our response will define our future. And our International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Network is tirelessly working to mitigate this health risk, and we provide support and build resilience in the most affected communities. However, the scale of these challenges is beyond any single entity. We need a united global response which should include not only environmental action, but also robust health policies and sustainable development practices. And this crisis demands immediate action, and I urge us to consider the gravity of this situation. In this respect, allow me to share 3 brief recommendations. First, we need to recognize health as a central aspect of climate policy. It is imperative to integrate health consideration into climate adaptation strategies, increasing funding for health system resilience and promoting cross-sector collaboration. The second, we must strengthen our health system with a special focus at the local level, making them resilient enough to withstand and respond to the challenges posed by climate change. An investment in public health infrastructure must be a priority. Third, mental health and psychosocial support services must be an integral part of health services provided to affected populations and within adaptation strategies. The fourth, the cross-sector collaborations are vital to develop comprehensive strategies that address both climate change and health issues simultaneously. Dear colleagues, let us not forget that the decision we make today will have lasting impacts on the generations to come. We cannot shy away from this challenge. We should face it with commitment, collaboration, and mostly with courage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Powerful words. Let me now turn to the ministers and to hear from you from your place where you are. And the first one on my list is the Maldives. Please, you have the floor. Maldives.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, Excellencies, and delegates. I am privileged to address this inaugural Climate Health Ministerial meeting, a pivotal gathering dedicated to the intersection of climate and health concerns. Firstly, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the government of the United Arab Emirates, the World Health Organization, and various UN entities, as well as international partners and experts who are committed to the crucial mission of safeguarding our planet and human lives from the detrimental impact of climate change. Honorable Chair, as a small island developing state like Maldives, I drew attention to the heightened vulnerability we face due to our low-lying geography and the resultant health implications. The government of Maldives steadfastly advocates to and strives towards adopting a low-emission climate resilient pathway in all sectors and working towards implementing health, environment, and climate adaptation and mitigation. Despite great challenges, the government of Maldives has undertaken initiatives to build a resilient health system and responding to the health impacts of climate change. These include a national carbon reduction policy, the implementation of a green smart hospital policy, the enhancement of pandemic preparedness and response capabilities, and the reinforcement of primary healthcare through the integration of digitalization and telemedicine technologies. Excellencies, the time is ticking. Urgency of the matter cannot be overstated. Climate-induced events are escalating intensity and affecting the lives of our people and existence. It is crucial that we break the silo among sectors, local and international partners, and donor agencies. We have to work together to achieve the goal of saving our planet and our population from the adverse impact of climate change we are already experiencing at various levels. In conclusion, I call upon the governments, organizations, institutions, and all partners to accelerate our actions and explore all means and provide unwavering support to building resilient systems with a particular emphasis on the health sector to confront the imminent effect of climate change. It is crucial that we prioritize the needs of small island developing states and the most vulnerable nations in our pursuit of a sustainable and resilient future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Maldives. Can I please now give the floor to the Philippines and congratulate them for becoming the country number 80 to join ATTACH. Please, the Philippines. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excellencies, ministers, and colleagues. The Philippines fully supports and endorses COP28 Declaration on Climate and Health. Given that the Philippines ranks third among more than 190 countries in terms of climate risks and hazards, climate change and its effects are a lived experience and a vivid reality for countless Filipinos. Typhoons and floods are getting more severe, sequential and frequent. Our summers are getting hotter and longer. More Filipinos are getting sick with acute bloody diarrhea, rotavirus infection, typhoid fever, leptospirosis, chikungunya, and dengue fever, and anxiety among our youth is rising. The Philippines has taken remarkable steps to address the health impact of climate change. For the past decade, the Philippines has actively issued health policies to strengthen the country's mitigation and adaptation actions, such as the adaptation of the Climate Change Framework for Health and Climate Change Adaptation in the health sector. In addition, the Philippines has institutionalized the disaster risk reduction and management in health, establishing governance structures, capacities, and infrastructures at the national and local levels, thereby preparing health systems to the impacts of climate change. Further, the Philippines has started the initiative of greening health facilities across the country. Accordingly, the Philippines shall endeavor to address critical gaps and issues in advancing climate health agenda. For this reason, the Philippines commits to 1. Strengthen climate change investments in health. 2. Address current research and data gaps on climate health and ensure the inclusion of climate health in the health sector's research agenda. 3. Explore the use of technologies and innovative discoveries in the health sector, including the use of renewable energy in and decarbonization of health facilities and hospitals, health informatics, green procurement, among others. 4. Strengthen capacity building and technology transfer to local government units. And 5. Enhance multi-sectoral coordination and collaboration. Lastly, to further strengthen the climate resilient strategies of the country, we are confirming our interest in joining the Alliance for the Transformative Action on Climate and Health, or ATTACH. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Philippines. Iraq, please, to be followed by Germany.
شكرا جزيلا. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سعادة السيدات والسادة الحضور، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يعد العراق من الدول المتأثرة بالتغيرات المناخية من خلال الظواهر الجوية المتطرفة كالجفاف والعواصف الترابية وارتفاع درجات الحرارة. ولقد شهد العراق انخفاضا كبيرا في هطول الأمطار وانخفضت تدفقات نهري دجلة والفرات وجفت الأهوار التي تعتبر من العجائب الطبيعية بنسبة تتراوح بحدود 40%. لقد انضم العراق إلى الاتفاقية الإطارية لتغير المناخ عام 2009 وصادق على اتفاقية باريس الملحقة بها في عام 2020. وعلى المستوى الوطني تم إقرار وثيقة المساهمات الوطنية عام 2021. وعملت وزارة الصحة مع الوزارات المختلفة الأخرى على إعداد الخطة الوطنية للتكيف مع التغيرات المناخية. وقامت وزارة الصحة باستحداث هيكل تنظيمي في بنية الوزارة يعني بالتغيرات المناخية وتأثيراتها على الصحة والعمل على مختلف مستويات الرعاية الصحية كالأولية والثانوية والثالثية. سيدات والسادة الحضور، ستعمل وزارة الصحة في جمهورية العراق مع المنظمات الدولية ودول العالم المختلفة للحد من تأثيرات المناخ السلبية على الصحة على المستوى الدولي والوطني إنقاذا لكوكبنا. ولا يفوتنا أن نتقدم بالشكر والتقدير لدولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة ومنظمة الصحة العالمية. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you very much. Salam alaikum. Now, Germany, please.
Madam Chair, Your Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, thank you very much for the invitation and the opportunity to speak here today. I would also like to thank His Highness Abdallah bin Said Al Nahyan for his initiative and leadership in making this great Health Day possible and for putting this important topic on this year's COP agenda. Climate and health are two aspects that undoubtedly belong together. And today we are sending the clear signal. Climate protection is health protection. Therefore, health is one of the strongest arguments in favor of more ambitious climate protection and adaptation measures to climate change. The German government is thus committed to the ambitious goal of establishing climate-neutral health systems within our national climate-neutral strategy no later than 2045. Heat is one of many parallel threats to health. As in many countries, so in Germany, the most vulnerable among us are most affected. For example, children, pregnant women, the elderly, and people with bad health preconditions. Heat health protection is an issue that we can only tackle through joint action by all stakeholders across ministerial responsibilities and across sectors. In my country, in order to coordinate all activities nationally, we drew up a heat health action plan this summer. This action and this joint action led to a remarkable drop of heat-related mortality in Germany. Therefore, heat health action planning is established as an annual process, and my colleagues are working on it even when it's very, very cold in Germany like today. No country, including Germany, is immune to climate change and resulting health threats. Therefore, it's necessary not only to tackle the symptoms, but especially to cure the illness itself. The right treatment is well known, the rapid reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. We therefore welcome within our today's declaration the starting points for joint global and cross-sectoral action and are strongly committed to the pathway of reduction greenhouse gas emissions in order to achieve climate neutral and resilient healthcare systems soon. Finally, I would like to thank all those who have contributed to the development of the joint health declaration that is going to be endorsed today and which Germany strongly supports. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Germany. Malaysia to be followed by Nigeria, please.
Thank you, Chair. Your Excellencies and delegates, climate change poses significant health threats to the populations and unprecedented challenges to the healthcare system. The projected climate scenario in Malaysia for the year 2100 includes a rise of average annual surface temperature by 1.9 to 2.1 degrees centigrade, annual precipitations from 14% to 25%, and sea levels are projected to rise by about 0.7 meter. Additionally, climate change also impacts health indicators such as number of lives saved and deaths recorded. Extreme weather events, increased incidence of climate-sensitive diseases, and disrupted food security, and some of the challenges experienced globally. The Ministry of Health Malaysia's ambitions for climate and health includes building a climate-resilient and low-carbon health system to achieve carbon neutrality, net zero by 2050, which also aligns with Malaysia's national energy transition roadmap. Strengthening the health sector's preparedness and response to extreme weather events, enhance surveillance and early warning system. Conducting climate change and health vulnerability and adaptations assessments, VNAs, at the populations and/or healthcare facility level. Developing a Health National Adaptation Plan, HNAP, which echoes the Malaysia National Adaptation Plan, MyNAP. Ministry of Health Malaysia acknowledges that healthcare facilities operations encompassing energy usage, waste generations, and resource consumptions contribute significantly to the overall carbon footprint, in alignment with the governments of Malaysia's dedicated pursuit of a net zero country by 2050. The Ministry expresses its unwavering commitment to reducing further the health sector's carbon emissions and building a climate-resilient and low-carbon health system. Congratulations for the first Health Day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Malaysia. Nigeria, you have the floor, to be followed by Tunisia. Nigeria, please.
Thank you, Excellency. In Nigeria, the existence of climate-linked humanitarian crises which impact health, as well as climate-related outbreaks and public health risks, complicate efforts to revamp the healthcare of our populations, with a high burden of disease and deaths that could be avoided by transitioning to zero-emission clean energy sources. In addition, the lack of reliable access to energy in our primary, secondary, and tertiary health facilities continues to undermine the coverage and quality of basic healthcare and social welfare services, which are delivered to millions of people in our country. Given our mandate in terms of health and social welfare of our population, we identified key priorities. First, to solarize all our public tertiary hospitals in the country in phases over the next 4-year period. And secondly, to provide service-specific clean electrification solutions for our population, for our primary healthcare system, and then to build climate resiliency for the health system in Nigeria. Achieving these goals requires considerable technical and financial resources, and our government is committed to increase its domestic financing for health. We are committed to forging a path forward for a more sustainable environment, better health and well-being for Nigeria and the globe. We cannot do it alone and call on all nations to be accountable to the decisions taken here through funding and also the leadership that is required to meet those challenges. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nigeria. La Tunisie, s'il vous plaît, vous avez la parole, à être suivi par le Bangladesh. Tunisie, s'il vous plaît.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I speak Arabic, please. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، زملائي الأعزاء، أود أن أتقدم بخالص الشكر لرئاسة مؤتمر الأطراف 28 ومنظمة الصحة العالمية ووزارة الصحة ووقاية المجتمع الإماراتية، وعلى رأسها معالي الدكتور عبد الرحمن بن محمد العويس، على تنظيمهم لهذا الحدث الهام وتناولهم هذه القضية المتعلقة بتأثيرات التغيرات المناخية على الصحة. في الحقيقة تعد تونس من الدول المعرضة للتغير المناخي، ونعمل في إعداد النموذج الاجتماعي والاقتصادي لمرحلة ما بعد كوفيد ليتضمن الاستجابة لتغير المناخ. فنحن نشهد في بلدنا تونس تفاقم التقلبات المناخية المتمثلة في الندرة المستمرة للموارد المائية، وهو ما يؤثر سلبا على الصحة العامة وقدرة القطاع الصحي، بالإضافة إلى زيادة تواتر الظواهر الجوية المتطرفة. حضرات السيدات والسادة، تعمل وزارة الصحة التونسية حاليا على تطوير قدرات النظام الصحي وزيادة مرونته في وجه التغيرات المناخية المختلفة ورفع كفاءته واستدامته بيئيا. وقامت الوزارة بتشكيل لجنة تعنى بملف تغير المناخ وتأثيراته على الصحة العامة والمنشآت الصحية. لكن وبالرغم من هذه الإجراءات التي نقوم بها في هذا المجال، مثل تعزيز القدرات والتوعية بتأثيرات تغير المناخ على الصحة وإرساء لجنة المراقبة والاستجابة لعدوى ناقلات الأمراض وتنفيذ نظام محدد لرصد الحشرات وإدراج قضايا تغير المناخ في تصميم وتنفيذ المستشفيات الجديدة، إلا أن المزيد من العمل ما زال بانتظارنا، والذي يتطلب مزيدا من تنسيق جهود الدعم المحلية والإقليمية والدولية. زملائي أيها السيدات والسادة، لنعمل معا لرفع هذه التحديات ومقاومة أسس التغيرات المناخية من أجل صحة سليمة. ومن هذا المنبر فإنني أدعو السلطات الدولية تكثيف الجهود لدعم نظمنا الصحية تقنيا وماديا لتكون قادرة على الصمود في وجه تغير المناخ وتعزيز القدرة على التعامل مع الطوارئ وإنجاز الدراسات والبحوث المتعلقة بحماية الصحة من تغير المناخ بما يضمن المساواة بين السكان في حقهم في الصحة. Thank you very much.
Shukran, Tunisia. Can I give now the floor to Bangladesh, please?
Honorable Health Ministers, Honorable DG WHO, distinguished delegates, Excellencies, Chairs, ladies and gentlemen. Today we are attending the first ever historic event, Climate and Health Ministerial on Health Day, initiated in COP28, which is very encouraging and significant. I would like to appreciate the organizers and extend my best wishes to the government of UAE for arranging COP28, which is of utmost importance for the well-being of the entire planet. I am honored to represent Bangladesh in this pivotal moment as we come together to make a collective commitment to safeguarding the health of our people. Bangladesh is one of the most vulnerable countries which is affected by climate change. In order to cope with the situation, it has to invest significantly to improve resilient health system, to provide quality health services to all strata of our people, with special attention to vulnerable societies. At this auspicious gathering, I want to bring 3 points. First, it is highly important to strengthen our health system to cope with the changing landscape of climate health risks. Secondly, we must address the root causes of climate change to prevent further harm to our planet and its people through a mitigation plan. Thirdly, we must foster both global and regional partnerships, share knowledge, and support one another in our collective pursuit of a healthier future. In conclusion, we hope through climate health declaration, countries will come together to help each other mitigating climate change impact on health system and also control factors that are responsible for the climate degradation. Let this declaration be a turning point in our collective history. Let it be a symbol of hope, resilience, and determination. Together, let us forge a path towards a healthier, more sustainable future. I thank you all. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much. And that was the first segment. Keep your energy because we still have plenty of things to discuss. We need to enter now into the second segment. And before to do that, and this one will be about the urgent need to reduce emissions and improve health. We will be about which type of cross-sectorial action is needed to reduce emissions and improve the health of our population. How are climate change and health solutions? I'm sure you want to share something of the ones that you are implementing. And how are we supporting communities and countries to implement those solutions? To introduce this second segment, it gives me a lot of pleasure. Start to wall, please, to introduce Dr. Loujain Al-Khodmani on the stage. She is a good friend, and in addition to that, the president of the World Medical Association. You have the floor, please.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, climate change isn't an environmental issue. It's a health emergency. Around 2.2 million children face its impact, and by 2030, over 100 million people could plunge to extreme poverty because of climate change. Urgent actions are needed to adapt and mitigate to climate change across all sectors. Only then we'll be able to save lives and improve health. Adaptation is already urgent and vital around the world, but without mitigation alongside adaptation, we will rapidly exceed the limitation of adaptation, overwhelm our healthcare systems, and lead to catastrophic impacts on our health. Mitigation in the energy, food systems, cities, industry, and transport are essential to address the remaining 95% of the greenhouse gas emissions. This will lead to improved air quality, healthier diets, and increased physical activity. We can't achieve our commitments and goals of the Paris Agreement by operating in silos. We need collaboration, partnerships across all sectors and disciplines to protect health. Your Excellencies, organizations that represent more than 43 million healthcare professionals came united and urgently call to rapidly end the dependence on fossil fuels, phase out of fossil fuels, and just transition to renewable energy to protect lives. Today, I address you not just as a concerned physician, but also as a new mother to a 10-month-old baby who's actually the youngest delegate here at COP. She is my and yours constant reminder that our actions that we make today will impact the health and the future of next generations. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Loujain. This is the way we all need to think on your baby and all of our babies and the rest of us. I'm now curious to see how the countries are responding. And before that, I want to tell you that in addition to having so many ministers of health here with us today, we have the signature, the support, the voice of more than 100 million health professionals who are signing the endorse the call for action on climate change and health. 100 million health professionals. They are sitting here with us. Thank you very much. So let me start then with Australia, please, to be followed by the European Commission representative. Australia, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm honoured to be joining you at the first Climate Health Ministerial at a UNFCCC Conference of Parties. I am Jed Carney, Australia's Assistant Minister for Health and Aged Care. Earlier this afternoon, I launched Australia's first National Health and Climate Strategy. This strategy sets out Australia's plan to respond to the health impacts of climate change and is built on 4 key objectives: to build a climate-resilient health system and enhance its capacity to protect health and well-being from the impacts of climate change, to build a sustainable, high-quality, net-zero health system, to collaborate internationally to build sustainable, climate-resilient health systems and communities, to support healthy, climate-resilient and sustainable communities through whole-of-government action which recognises the relationship between health and climate outcomes. As part of our objective to collaborate internationally, I am pleased to announce that Australia has joined the Alliance for Transformative Action on Climate and Health and will be participating in ATTACH meetings tomorrow. I am also pleased to announce Australia endorses the COP28 Declaration on Climate Change and Health. Australia is a proud participant of the health agenda at COP28 and looks forward to continued engagement on health and climate change in the international fora. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those announcements. Great. I have Ireland first before the European Commission. Ireland, please, you have the floor.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, thank you, distinguished ministerial colleagues and friends. It gives me great pleasure to participate in this event on behalf of Ireland here at COP. We are inspired by the priority by the COP presidency that has been given to Climate Health Nexus here in Dubai. The profile of health sector climate action has risen significantly in recent years, and this declaration builds on that momentum. In Ireland, we have incorporated the health sector into our whole-of-government approach to climate action, where we have put ministers with legally binding responsibilities to deliver in each of their sectors, both with an adaptation plan specifically for the health sector and with the launch of our health sector's own climate action strategy earlier this year, becoming the second country in the world to do so. In addition, earlier this year, Ireland has launched a partnership on health sector climate action within the WHO European region. We are building a network where we can learn from each other on how our health sectors can reduce their carbon footprints, as well as sharing experiences on dealing with the health-related impacts of climate change, particularly for vulnerable people. I see this body of work dovetailing with both this declaration and with the COP26 health programme and its ATTACH initiative. I have found the determination here expressed by my national counterparts hugely inspiring. Our team here looks forward to participating, both at this COP and beyond, in enabling us all to identify ways for our health sectors to reduce their carbon footprints and to identify and address the health impacts of climate change on our people.
Thank you very much, Ireland. I give now the floor to the European Commission, please, to be followed by a...
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. The impacts of climate change and biodiversity loss are being acutely felt by people around the world. Not least, their health and health system are being affected directly and indirectly. Extreme weather is an especially deadly phenomenon. For example, the heat killed more than 60,000 Europeans between May and November 2022. Climate change and environmental degradations are also increasing the spread of infectious diseases. The Health and Climate Ministerial meeting is a landmark opportunity to bolster international cooperation in this area. Adopting today's COP28 Declaration on Climate and Health is an important first step, and I'm pleased to announce the European Union's endorsement of the declaration. We must now turn our ambition into reality by scaling up investments and strengthening the synergies between climate change, adaptation, and mitigation and health. The European Union is a strong proponent of prevention and preparedness to ensure better protection from climate and environmental threats. One of our key instruments for this is our 2022 regulation on serious cross-border threats to health, which enhances the European Union's capacities in prevention, preparedness, monitoring, and response planning. And with the creation of the Health Emergency and Preparedness Authority, we have enhanced our preparedness and response capacity to cross-border health threats as well. In addition, we have set out a comprehensive approach to mental health, addressing environmental and climate change effects. These initiatives form a part of the European Commission's One Health approach to prevent, predict, detect and respond to global threats to the health of humans, animals and the environment, and to promote sustainable development at the European Union and global level. We are also seeking to boost health security around the world through our global health strategy, and the strategy introduces a robust health in all policies approach to ensure that our actions in areas such as climate change and food security contribute to health goals. So to conclude, I would like to underline that the European Union stands ready to work with its international partners on these important issues. There is still a long way to go, but the solutions are in reach, and thanks to our collaboration and joint efforts, I believe that the transformative change we need is more than possible. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. More than possible. La France, vous avez la parole.
Chers collègues, je tiens à remercier la présidence de la COP28 et l'OMS pour l'organisation de cette journée historique spécifiquement dédiée à la santé, qui témoigne de la nécessaire prise de conscience collective de l'impact sanitaire du changement climatique et du secteur de la santé sur le dérèglement climatique, qui contribue en France à plus de 8% à l'empreinte carbone nationale. Pour y remédier, nous avons lancé en mai une feuille de route interministérielle de planification écologique pour le système de santé qui vise à réduire ses émissions de gaz à effet de serre de 5% par an jusqu'en 2050. Celle-ci est en cours de déploiement sur différents champs: la décarbonation des industries de santé, l'orientation vers des achats durables, plans de formation et de recherche dédiés. S'agissant des politiques d'adaptation, la France dispose depuis plusieurs années d'un plan de gestion sanitaire des vagues de chaleur, notamment pour sensibiliser les populations aux risques causés par la chaleur sur leur santé. Je suis également particulièrement mobilisée sur le sujet de l'eau. Face aux épisodes de sécheresse sans précédent que nous avons connus, il nous faut économiser la ressource en eau tout en assurant sa qualité. À cet effet, nous faisons évoluer nos dispositions nationales pour faciliter l'utilisation d'eaux impropres à la consommation humaine pour différents types d'usages domestiques. La France soutient avec l'Union européenne l'adoption de la déclaration santé-climat et souhaite sa mise en œuvre concrète par le biais d'une feuille de route détaillée, renforçant notamment la prise en compte et la concrétisation de l'approche « Une seule santé ». Mon ministère suit lui-même une feuille de route au champ très large. Notre nouvelle stratégie nationale de santé, comme notre stratégie en santé mondiale, s'accorde avec la stratégie de l'Union européenne en santé mondiale pour mieux prendre en compte et promouvoir les enjeux multifacettes de l'approche « Une seule santé ». Au niveau international, la France est pleinement investie dans ce champ, par le biais notamment de l'initiative internationale Présode, qui vise à concrétiser l'approche « Une seule santé » et mettre en place une coopération internationale pour la prévention de zoonoses. Nous soutenons également très activement la nouvelle stratégie santé-climat de l'organisation United, en lien avec les discussions en cours sur la révision de l'architecture en santé mondiale. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, la France. United States, please, you have the floor, to be followed by Norway. United States.
Thank you, Chair. At today's first ever Climate Health Ministerial, the U.S. is pleased to join partners across the globe in recognizing and elevating strong climate action as a cornerstone of public health. We are proud to endorse the Declaration on Climate and Health. We reaffirm our commitment to pursuing both mitigation and adaptation policies and actions that elevate the health needs of those most affected. Domestically and in partnership with other countries, we are making progress by taking a One Health approach and call on all countries to apply a climate change lens across multiple health priorities. Over the last year, the U.S. has championed domestic decarbonization within our health sector, expanding beyond healthcare systems to include suppliers, companies, and insurers. We are taking similar actions that reduce emissions in our global health programs, such as the President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief and the President's Malaria Initiative. We must cut greenhouse gas emissions, reduce our dependence on fossil fuels, and build resilient systems around the world. Through the President's Emergency Plan for Adaptation and Resilience, otherwise known as PREPARE, we are working to support partner countries' ability to plan for and respond to the impacts of climate change on public health and healthcare systems. We're also working with countries to adopt early warning systems and bolster the capacity of young researchers in developing countries to access international climate health funding mechanisms. Within the U.S., we're guiding the healthcare sector to take advantage of the historic resources made available through the Inflation Reduction Act, so that health systems are better equipped to withstand and respond to public health crises brought on by drought, heat, and extreme weather. We're developing best-in-class models on environmental surveillance paired with environmental health training and technical assistance to support equitable and just adaptation practices for public health or healthcare organizations. As we know, climate change is one of the greatest public health threats of our generation, so it's crucial we work together to continue pursuing ambitious actions that foster resilient, tailored, and environmentally sustainable health systems, ultimately delivering accessible, high-quality care for all. Shukran.
Thank you very much, United States. Shukran. Norway, please. You have the floor, to be followed by Canada.
Thank you, Chair. Norway is proud to be part of this very first Health Day, and I'm also very happy to see Dr. Tedros here. I want to commend his excellent work in raising the attention of the world on this crucial linkage. I think we have learned by now that global warming is bad for health. It undermines food systems, it reduces access to clean water, it increases the risk of heat-related health challenges, and it brings infectious diseases to new places and to societies that are not used to them. So it's a serious challenge, and as Vice President Šefčovič and others have mentioned, we need to connect the work we're doing here to the work that we're doing in mitigation and adaptation. At the same time, I think it's fair to say that mitigation is good for health, because many of the things we want to do to reduce climate gas emissions is actually also helpful for climate, for human health. The changes in agriculture is good for reducing emissions, will also be good for human health. To have greener cities, less transport emissions, less coal-fired power plants is also good for air quality, which reduces air-related diseases. And simply to live in smarter, greener cities is healthy for people. So mitigation is also a tool to enhance human health. Health services will be affected by climate crisis in two ways. First, it will have more to do, because it's a repair sector, but it also needs to be part of the solution, because the health sector itself is also a major contributor to greenhouse gas emissions. So we also need to have clear strategies, as my country now have, to reduce and actually to move towards net zero also in the health sector. Norway believes in One Health concept, that what is good for human health is also good for planetary health and vice versa. And this approach should inform all the work that we're doing here at COP, and I thank you for the attention.
Thank you very much, Norway. Canada, please, you have the floor. Vous avez la parole.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Colleagues, allow me first to extend my immense gratitude to the COP28 President for his leadership in raising the awareness on the need to tackle the climate crisis as a health threat. Canada strongly supports the COP28 Health Declaration. We have witnessed the harsh effects of severe impacts of climate change, from flooding to extreme heat and a record-breaking wildfire season. We have seen climate impacts on our physical and mental health, as well as on our health system. We are learning that to protect health from the impacts of climate change, we must recognize the linkages between health and the environment and articulate these impacts across all sectors of our society. The triple crises of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution are intrinsically connected, and each other has clear effect on human health. Through our effort to reduce pollution, greenhouse gas emissions, and to protect nature, we know will result in health benefit as well. For example, Canada's effort to phase out the use of coal to produce electricity will improve air quality and protect overall health. Indigenous nations in Canada have long recognized the connections between health and the environment. They continue to demonstrate leadership in addressing these issues holistically. Canada's first National Adaptation Strategy, released this past June, featured health and well-being as one of the 5 key pillars of the strategy. Through it, we recognize the need to build climate-resilient and low-carbon health systems to address the urgent climate-related threats to public health, as well as that climate action across all sectors can have multiple health and socio-economic benefits. Progress on this is complex. Interconnected issues require global cooperation, and I'm grateful for this opportunity to learn from one another as we attempt to tackle these challenges. Thank you. Merci.
Thank you, Canada. Allow me now to give the floor. L'Italia. Avete la parola, per favore.
Dear Minister Al-Awasi, dear General Director Tedros, dear Director Neira, Excellencies. First of all, let me thank the OIE Presidency for organizing the first Health and Climate Ministerial meeting, which is indeed very timely. The climate crisis is unfortunately a well-known challenge of our times, with widespread health impacts, current and future, across the globe. Climate change and its effects are indeed more severe in the poorest countries. I am referring, for example, to the increasing number of regions of the world affected by malaria. Anyway, it's a global issue, and my country is no exception. Italy has, in fact, an acute vulnerability due to its geographical location, its vast coastal areas, its mountainous regions, its aging populations. The climate crisis is putting a heavy toll, already measurable, at least in part, on mortality and morbidity, through direct non-communicable due to extreme weather events, heat waves, outbreaks of vector-borne diseases. Altogether, it's also negatively affecting livelihoods of communities depending on agriculture, fishery, and tourism. We, as health ministers, need to take further action in this context. Health systems worldwide and population must become better prepared for and more resilient to environment crisis and climate change. This requires the early identification of climate-related health risks that can inform the development of early warning systems, rapid response measures and intervention, as well as innovative solutions for the health sector that needs to become part of climate change mitigation by increasing its own sustainability, adopting innovative solutions to reduce greenhouse gas emissions to gain significant climate and health co-benefits. Our national health system has been able so far to mitigate the climate change impacts to some extent thanks to prevention programs, resilient service, a dedicated workforce and increased allocation of resources. We are aware that decisive, more structural action is needed, with no further delay, also considering the potential combination with other environment stressors. In line with the 2030 Development Agenda, an ambitious national plan of action on climate, environment and health was financed and launched in 2021. With the aim to strengthen the environment and health functions of the health system and the environment protection systems at national and regional level, assuming a systemic One Health approach. Thanks to adequate funding made available by the National Fund matching the European Recovery Plan, infrastructural investment is now underway. New facilities are being deployed, networks are being strengthened, more professional capacity is being built, with an investment of €500 million over 5 years. In the perspective of future international and multilateral engagements, Italy will continue to support these crucial topics, promoting collaborative efforts in our next year G7 health agenda. Our G7 health priorities include the One Health approach model based on the recognition of the interconnection between human, animal and environment health, with the enhancement of the co-benefits connected to environment protection and sustainability and health prevention and protection policies.
Thank you very much, Italy. Thank you. Sweden, you have the floor, to be followed by España.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, colleagues, Sweden would like to thank the COP28 presidency for addressing the interactions between climate change and health, and we are happy to support the COP28 declaration on climate and health. The effects on global health from climate change are indeed alarming. Very much like along the lines of the Norwegian minister, we also believe that without significant action to mitigate and adapt to climate change, there will be substantial increases in preventable morbidity and mortality and widening equity gaps. Climate change has led to emergence of infectious diseases and the exacerbation of non-communicable diseases, as well as the spread and transmission patterns of zoonosis and food, water and vector-borne infections, as well as the healthcare hygiene hazards and food crisis. Climate change also poses a risk to sexual and reproductive health and rights, as well as mental health, especially with the younger population, which is equally alarming. These challenges increase the pressure on our healthcare systems and the importance of providing access to health and social care for all. Access to climate-resilient and sustainable health and social care systems will help us achieve our common goal of ensuring healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all ages. This includes addressing living conditions, education, and gender equality together with the climate agenda. The transition to net zero needs to build on synergies between policies in different areas where health can be used as a driver for change. An integrated approach will give us a robust foundation for a coherent and results-oriented global response where actions today must be seen as investments for the future. A decision here at COP28 to phase out fossil fuels will contribute to these outcomes. The health of people and the planet cannot be separated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sweden. España tiene la palabra y será seguida de Argentina. España, por favor.
Buenas tardes. Lo primero de todo, agradecer al resto de colegas sus aportaciones y reflexiones. No hay personas sanas en un planeta enfermo. Partiendo de esa base, reconocemos la urgencia de actuar sobre el cambio climático, como apunta la declaración de esta COP28. Hay tres aspectos que me gustaría señalar como centrales al hablar de nuestro papel para afrontar el cambio climático y sus efectos sobre la salud y los sistemas sanitarios. El primero es que la certeza de que no hay salud humana sin salud planetaria nos ha de llevar a entender que las políticas de transición ecológica que buscan mitigar los efectos futuros del cambio climático y adaptar nuestras sociedades a los efectos presentes han de ser interpretadas como políticas de salud pública fundamentales. En segundo lugar, las políticas de salud pública han de incorporar los efectos del cambio climático sobre la salud como un elemento importante en sus estrategias, desarrollando sistemas de alerta temprana para eventos climáticos extremos o reforzando la vigilancia de nuevas enfermedades derivadas de los cambios en vectores de transmisión de infecciones por los cambios de las condiciones ambientales. Por último, el cambio climático también golpea con fuerza nuestros sistemas sanitarios y nos plantea el reto de adaptarnos en materia de energía, de climatización, uso de residuos y reducción de su huella ecológica. Tenemos que avanzar hacia sistemas sanitarios de cero carbono y bajos en residuos. España está fuertemente comprometida con este tema y así lo demuestra el Plan Estratégico de Salud y Medio Ambiente, que busca promover entornos saludables para la población, reducir la carga de enfermedades e identificar nuevas amenazas para la salud derivadas de factores ambientales. Tenemos la obligación y tenemos la urgencia de proteger los bienes públicos globales como la biodiversidad, el agua, la calidad del aire y, por supuesto, la salud. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, España. Argentina, por favor, tiene la palabra.
Muchas gracias, María. Muy buenas tardes. Quiero felicitar a la Organización Mundial de la Salud, a los Emiratos Árabes Unidos por este día histórico, la primera reunión ministerial sobre clima y salud, el Día de la Salud en la COP28. Felicitaciones también a todas las delegaciones participantes, panelistas y asistentes. Nos felicito. Es un honor ser parte. Argentina está convencida que el cambio climático es una amenaza inminente para la salud pública, por lo tanto, apoyamos la también histórica declaración política y llamamos a la acción para unirnos y responder al impacto del cambio climático en nuestros sistemas de salud, integrando el clima y la salud. Este desafío debe ser encarado con perspectiva de género, de derechos humanos, mirada intercultural y federal, incluyendo un abordaje integral de la salud mental, siempre buscando la equidad. Argentina viene desempeñando un papel de liderazgo en la implementación de acciones de adaptación y mitigación. Hemos priorizado la salud y el cambio climático dentro de la agenda de salud pública a través de varias iniciativas. Somos el primer país de Latinoamérica en implementar el proyecto Readiness en el sector salud, aumentando las capacidades del sector salud y fortaleciendo la coordinación de la acción climática en Argentina a nivel nacional y subnacional. Fue financiado por el Fondo Verde para el Clima e implementado por el Ministerio de Salud de Argentina y la Organización Panamericana y Mundial de la Salud. Adoptamos una estrategia nacional de salud y cambio climático desarrollada conjuntamente por los Ministerios de Salud, Ambiente, Ciencia, Tecnología e Innovación, la Agencia Nacional de Sanidad Animal con el enfoque de una salud. Los principales pilares de esta estrategia son fortalecer la gobernanza del sector de la salud para enfrentar los desafíos de cambio climático, crear conciencia entre el personal de la salud y a nivel comunitario sobre el cambio climático y la salud, fortalecer la respuesta del sistema de salud en el sistema de salud y en la comunidad ante eventos climáticos, así como la vigilancia y el análisis integrado de datos climáticos de salud y la reducción de emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero en los centros sanitarios, entre otros. Argentina es pionera en la incorporación de un indicador de salud en las contribuciones determinadas a nivel nacional como muestra de nuestro compromiso con las políticas ambientales. Finalmente, decirles que es un verdadero honor para mí que esta sea mi última misión oficial como ministra de Salud de Argentina. Este es el hito final que representa todo lo que hemos logrado. Tenemos el firme compromiso de redoblar los esfuerzos para mantener los logros alcanzados desde donde nos toque, en estrecha y continua colaboración con las autoridades provinciales, la academia, la sociedad civil, los organismos internacionales, el sector privado, todos los países de la región de las Américas y de todas las regiones de la Organización Mundial de la Salud. Muchas gracias enorme al doctor Tedros, al doctor Barbosa, un recuerdo a la doctora Etienne, a todos sus equipos por su enorme labor estos 4 años apoyando y acompañando a nuestro país, y muchas gracias a todos y todas. Buenas tardes.
Muchas gracias, Argentina, y también un recuerdo muy importante para la doctora Carissa Etienne. It's now my great pleasure to give the floor to Dr. Tedros. I think everybody knows that he's the Director General of the World Health Organization. Thank you, Dr. Tedros.
Yeah, maybe not everybody. Maybe I can give you a few seconds. Kofi Annan was speaking in an event. Maybe you know that story. And then the moderator said, Kofi Annan doesn't need any introduction, so Kofi, come and speak. Then Kofi took the floor and he said, I need introduction, I'll tell you a story. This was in a village when Kofi was visiting. While walking in the street, kids were running towards him, kicking and screaming. They had papers on their hands, and he couldn't understand what they were saying. He couldn't hear, but as they got closer, he heard them say, Morgan Freeman, Morgan Freeman. Then Kofi Annan didn't hesitate. He took the paper and signed Morgan Freeman. So we all need introduction. Just really enjoyed listening. That's why I didn't want to do the opening, but I have other commitments, so I need to leave. But I didn't want to leave also without saying a few words. First, I think the challenges, the impact of climate change on health is clear. It's heat wave, malaria, dengue, asthma and respiratory diseases, cardiovascular diseases, mental health conditions, you name it. And I think we're agreeing that the impact of climate on health is the most compelling, and that we need to really help people to understand that. And they can understand easier if we tell them about the health or use the health argument. Of course, the ice cap melting or the warming is very important, and it's happening, but it seems distant to many people. So I think this argument could help us, the health argument, because they can understand, okay, our children are dying or our citizens are dying because of all these health conditions as a result of the impact of health. And what do we do to address those? I think we know what the long list of mitigation factors, a long list of adaptation. I think everybody knows. But in my exchange with you, with some of you, you told me, we discussed, you know, many of our leaders understand climate change, but they're not really invested in climate and health. So how do we make sure that our leaders recognize the climate and health? And how can we really make sure that if they understand, then mainstreaming of climate and health in all policies will be easy. Because without first understanding, recognizing, you cannot move into mainstreaming climate and health in policies. So I thought this private discussion would be happy to share it with you because it has consequences. For instance, some of you said when discussions on climate change happen at national level, the health minister is not even invited into the meeting. This could be because of lack of recognition of the political leaders, the prime minister or the president, in linking between climate and health. So I think investing on that will be very important because if the head of state or head of government understands, means it can help also in mainstreaming climate and health in all policies, then it can also go into the multi-sectoral approach that can help us to address climate change and health, both through mitigation and adaptation. And the other important element I remember during this couple of days I heard is the role of communities, especially engaging communities is important, including marginalized, which are even most affected and vulnerable groups in climate adaptation and mitigation efforts, and incorporating their perspectives, because we always tell them we know what we do and do as we tell you, but there are traditional knowledges, as some of you have told me, and there is their own perspective and local practices, and considering those will be very, very important. You know, of course, taking into consideration all the issues we discuss among ourselves. And then the other issue is, well, again, the last 2-3 days, the importance of cooperation, especially the focus on best practices. Many countries, we have been going through a long list of practices, many countries. How can we pull all those best practices so that countries can share or make use of the best practices that countries are really having? Because we don't need to reinvent the wheel, we can just learn from each other. And I thought these two combinations found them to be important and good. One is the local knowledge and taking the local perspective and engaging the communities and helping them also contribute their share, but at the same time learning from outside, also taking the best practices and no need to reinvent the wheel. So I just wanted to share those. But I think the recognition of health as in the COP28, of course it took us 27 COPs to come here, will help in the first challenge that we have discussed, meaning recognition of the link between climate and health by our heads of state and heads of government. I think it can help. And I thank UAE for being the pathfinder to have the first health meeting, but not only global. I think the national recognition of the links between the two, I think will be there. And then finally, I would like to leave you with a story of my own experience when I visited Tuvalu in 2019. And I think some of you were there yesterday when I spoke about Falu. This was a young boy, 13 years old, and we were discussing about climate change and about climate change. And I was really impressed. And I asked him questions. And then finally, he told me, you know, we contemplate with my friends what to do if in case Tuvalu sinks. He actually said when Tuvalu sinks, because he said his parents and elderly said, Tuvalu, it's a matter of time, but will sink in some decades or something. Then I was really sad and I asked him, so what do you think you will do? What do you say with your colleagues you will do? Then he said, some of us say we'll sink with Tuvalu, and others say we will flee to Fiji or seek refuge in Fiji. What made me really sad is this is a child, and children should be children. Imagine worrying about the future. the shoulder of children is not really enough to shoulder this kind of problem. But it's a reminder to all of us to take this issue very seriously. There are people who deniers. It's really sad. It's happening, and everybody knows. And I believe we should remember Falu, especially our people in the small island states, and the true stories that are coming from there, be it Caribbean, Pacific, or other small island states. So thank you so much again. Really happy listening to you. And with your permission, I have another commitment. I will be leaving. But all the best. This is the start. But inshallah, we will maintain it, and the subsequent COP hosts will position health at the center like UAE did, and we'll have better forums, not only to discuss, but also to make progress. The action is more important now, and we're getting late, so we need to focus on action as well. Thank you so much. And Maria, back to you.
Thank you so much, DG, and I think we all recognize your leadership to bring us here. If we are on the Health Ever Day at the COP, it's extremely important, and we thank you very much for that and for giving us this hope that this poor boy in Tuvalu maybe needs so much. So you talk about this ethical responsibility, and that, no pressure, we will continue with the discussion with this ethical responsibility on our table. Thank you so much, Dr.
And thank you so much, Maria. I would like to use this opportunity to thank you for your leadership, for your commitment, and you should know that I'm proud of you. Thank you.
I am very happy now to pass for the third segment to Dr. Gitinji. Let me just introduce him. Dr. Gitinji Gitahi is the CEO of Amref Health Africa. And his colleagues, they have an incredible experience supporting governments in building more resilient and sustainable health systems. So my great pleasure, Dr. Gitinji, over to you. Thank you, Co-Chair.
Thank you very much, Maria. I'm happy to take the baton from here in the relay. We are only 25 minutes late. I think we can accommodate 25 minutes. We waited for 28 years anyway, since the first COP. So I think 25 minutes is acceptable under this context. I would like us to move to talk about resilience, how to build healthcare systems and health systems generally, not just healthcare, that are resilient enough. Majority of us are born healthy, probably more than 90%. According to WHO, probably 98% are born healthy. But disease will come, and when disease comes, then we need the system to take the people back to health. March this year, we had an incident of Marburg virus in Tanzania. A community health worker, a young woman, community health worker, 21 years old, called Shumbusho, is the one who raised the flag through the event-based surveillance. There's something happening in my village, what's going on? And the Ministry of Health was informed, and therefore the Marburg, what could have been a Marburg pandemic or Marburg outbreak was actually managed. The question is, how do we ensure that we build resilience in the health system? Because as the Minister of Namibia said yesterday in another session, last week actually, we will never have a threat-free environment. The question is, how do we identify the threats, mitigate the threats, and also adapt our systems to respond when those threats arise? This is what we are going to be hearing from the ministers on, and how to actually make sure that this capacity to respond to those threats is nearest to where the threats are happening. So because of time, I'll go straight to the floor, and my first invitation is going to be to Bahrain. Your 2 minutes start now. I want to remind everyone, please stick to 2 minutes so that we give as many voices as possible, and also we are able to release everyone on time to go for dinner. So Bahrain, please, your 2 minutes starts now.
Distinguished ministers, ladies and gentlemen, Allow me to express my profound gratitude to the COP28 UAE Presidency, WHO, and Wellcome Trust and partners for their commendable initiative in designing a health day and for organizing the Climate Health Ministerial. The Kingdom of Bahrain has persistently worked to mitigate the health impacts of climate change, supported by the commitments made by His Royal Highness Prince Salman bin Hamad Al Khalifa, Crown Prince and Prime Minister during COP26. His Royal Highness announced a long-term goal of reaching net zero by 2060 and several near-term goals for 2035, including a 30% emission cut, doubled renewable goals, quadruple mangrove coverage, and doubling number of trees. To attain these goals, the Kingdom of Bahrain adheres to a comprehensive and multifaceted approach built around resilience and environmental sustainability through a comprehensive approach that combines mitigation, adaptation, and investment in climate solutions within the health sector. This is further augmented by several strategies such as the Arab Strategy for Health and Environment, international health regulation, and the One Health approach. The Kingdom is working to adopt a WHO operational framework for building climate resilience health system and has adopted the WHO surveillance framework in addition to integration health priorities to the National Adaptation Investment Plan, charting strategies to enhance resilience against climate change impacts in vulnerable sectors. Measures such as installing solar panels, tree planting, and adopting energy-efficient lighting in healthcare facilities have reduced emission while promoting sustainable practice. This also includes the Supreme Council for Environment through study on sea level rise, which suggested precautionary intervention to safeguard assets across sectors, including the health sectors, from potential floods. Community engagements remain fundamentals in Bahrain environmental stewardship through leading outreach events focusing on afforestation and mangrove planting. In closing, Bahrain acknowledged the pivotal role for this ministerial as an accelerator for substantial initiatives amidst global climate adversities to ensure healthier, safer, and more equitable future for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Bahrain. I would now like to request Fiji, and that's going to be followed by Japan. Fiji, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, fellow ministers, excellencies, friends and colleagues. First and foremost, I would like to also thank our gracious host, the government of UAE, for hosting COP28. The health sector is responsible for almost 5% of global emissions, has the capacity to make a profound impact on climate change mitigation. At the same time, we can make that our health facilities resilient and can endure rising seas and superstorms, and precisely when they are most needed. With the support from WHO, Fiji recently completed the monumental task of assessing climate vulnerability in 212 of our health facilities. With financial support from the Republic of Korea, we are now embarking on our efforts to retrofit, renovate, and relocate the 20 most vulnerable clinics, labs, and hospitals. Yet, the health sector cannot address climate change alone. Collaborative efforts are crucial. Our recent multi-sectoral conference in Fiji highlighted the potential for the health sector to champion climate action across other domains. By sharing compelling arguments and evidence showcasing the health co-benefits of actions taken by different sectors, we can inspire change. Consider this: a shift to renewable energy not only curtails temperature rise, but could also go a long way towards preventing the 7 million deaths caused by air pollution each year. Similarly, promoting walking, cycling, green public transport not only reduces emissions, but also fosters physical activity. By doing so, everyone's health will benefit, and I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Fiji, and for saving us a few seconds. That's setting the pace. Thank you so much. And next is Japan, followed by Kuwait. Japan, please.
Thank you, Chairman. The government of Japan recognizes the negative impacts of climate change on human health risks. We acknowledge that The adequate access to clean and safe water is fundamental for universal health coverage and the foundation for infectious disease prevention. At the global level, climate change affects the sea level rise, leading to an increase in groundwater salinity, intensified hurricanes and heavy rains, leading floods and droughts. It emphasizes the critical need for the establishment of climate-resilient water supply system. Under such situation, we are facing a challenge of establishing a climate-resilient health system, and therefore, once again, we need to acknowledge UHC, which is inextricably linked to climate change. Within the government goal of the carbon neutrality by 2050, we consider accelerating emission reduction measures, including in the healthcare sector, to be crucial. Responding to the situation, we would like to play a role as a global hub for UHC, including response to climate change through cooperation with many countries and related organizations, showing Japan's effective leadership in achieving UHC for all worldwide. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Japan, and now Kuwait, followed by Vanuatu.
Thank you. My speech will be in Arabic. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، الحضور الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. لا يخفى عليكم أن الحديث عن مشكلة تغير المناخ لم يعد حديثاً عن توقعات مستقبلية، بل أصبح واقعاً نعيشه ويعيشه العالم بأسره، ونعيش تداعياته المتعددة على الصحة، مثل تفاقم أمراض الجهاز التنفسي وزيادة الإصابة بالأمراض المعدية وتزايد الإجهاد الحراري والتعرض المفرط للشمس، إضافة إلى ما تلقيه هذه المتغيرات على الصحة النفسية للأفراد والمجتمعات. لقد شهدنا كما شهد العالم تصاعداً في درجات الحرارة والعواصف الغبارية والتقلبات الجوية الحادة، مما دعا وزارة الصحة الكويتية إلى اتخاذ خطوات جادة بهذا الصدد لمكافحة تداعيات تغير المناخ على الصحة، وذلك من خلال التزامها ببناء نظام صحي مرن قادر على الصمود أمام آثار تغير المناخ، وذلك ضمن الإطار التشغيلي لمنظمة الصحة العالمية، والذي يعد بمثابة خارطة طريق لمواجهة هذه التحديات. كما انضمت دولة الكويت إلى التحالف العالمي المعروف باسم أتاتش مؤخراً، وتكاتفت جهود جميع قطاعات الدولة المعنية لمواجهة هذه الأزمة والتكيف معها وحماية الفئات الحساسة الأكثر عرضة لتداعيات تغير المناخ. كما تبنت دولة الكويت استراتيجية عامة تهدف إلى خفض انبعاثات الكربون، وهي استراتيجية مبنية على ركائز الاقتصاد الكربوني الدائري، وتهدف إلى تقليل وخفض الانبعاثات الإجمالية حتى عام 2050 والوصول إلى الحياد الكربوني في عام 2060. وأخيراً أود أن أتقدم بجزيل الشكر والتقدير إلى دولة الإمارات العربية الشقيقة على استضافة هذا الحدث العالمي الهام، مما يؤكد على حرص دولة الإمارات بشكل خاص ودول المنطقة بشكل عام على العمل الجاد لمواجهة آثار تغير المناخ، متمنين للجميع دوام التوفيق والنجاح.
Thank you very much to Kuwait, and now Vanuatu, followed by Nepal. Vanuatu.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to all delegates participating in this important session. On behalf of the Republic of Vanuatu, I would like to thank the COP28 presidency for organizing this climate health ministerial session during the COP28 Health Day. This is particularly important to the Republic of Vanuatu as we remain highly vulnerable to the consequences of climate change on health. Our population faces an uncertain future due to climate change and the ever-present threat of natural disasters. Extreme weather events are becoming more frequent and intense. Since 2020, Vanuatu has been affected by 4 severe cyclones of Category 4 or above, including 3 cyclones in 2023 alone. This resulted cumulatively in over 80 health facilities moderately or severely damaged, including 13 health centers, 1/3 of the total number of health centers in the country. This led to increased risk of leptospirosis, diarrhea, malaria, as well as non-communicable diseases such as malnutrition and mental health disorders. A provincial hospital and multiple health centers are affected by sea level rising and will need to be relocated to ensure continuity of health services for local communities. In summary, our health security is directly affected by climate change events, both acute and long-term. Therefore, Vanuatu is committed to integrate and streamline efforts through a multi-sectoral and collaborative approach to address climate change impact on health. Vanuatu is leveraging existing financing mechanisms such as the Global Environmental Facility and technical guidance from WHO towards the development of the National Action Plan for Health Security, which includes building climate resilient and environmentally sustainable health systems and healthcare facilities. We hope that this COP28 Health Day will allow for continued support to protect the population of Vanuatu from the scourge of diseases and natural disasters brought by climate change through strengthening health system resilience. Vanuatu fully supports the endorsement of the COP28 Declaration on Climate and Health. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanuatu. And now Nepal, followed by Finland.
Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, respected participants. First of all, I take this opportunity to thank Government of United Arab Emirates and WHO for inviting me in this very important event. Nepal is highly affected by impacts of climate change for which we are not responsible. We have been advocating at national and international levels to minimize adverse impact of climate change. Accordingly, Government of Nepal has been actively participating COPs to draw global attention. Nepal, as a first country in the South Asia region, developed health national adaptation plan and has been carrying out various measures in building climate resilience health system. The advocacy at different levels, capacity building of health professionals, research studies, strengthening of climate sensitive diseases, surveillance systems, climate resilience and environmental sustainability at healthcare facilities are some of the examples that we have been implementing with support from WHO. Considering importance of climate change in health sector, we have been taking several measures, mainly adaptation, but also mitigation measures. Government of Nepal submitted second nationally determined contributions with commitments to use non-borne technology for healthcare waste management in 1,400 health facilities. At the same time, we made health commitments at COP26 on building climate resilience and low-carbon health systems. We completed baseline assessment of GHG emissions from health sector operation in Nepal. Lastly, we strongly believe that our mitigation measures will contribute to some extent in achieving Nepal government's target of reaching net zero carbon by 2045. Climate crisis, health crisis. Dr. Tedros, General Secretary, WHO. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Nepal. And now to Finland, followed by Jordan. Finland.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to use this opportunity to thank the UAE and the WHO for hosting this important Climate and Health Day. It is time to recognize climate crisis as a health and a human rights crisis. Climate change is putting in jeopardy decades of progress in global health, threatening the achievements of Agenda 2030. It has significant adverse health, economic and social impacts, amplifying gender inequalities and posing a threat to women's and girls' health, safety and livelihoods. Indigenous peoples are among the first to face the direct consequences of climate change due to their close relationship with the environment. Finland was among the first countries to develop national adaptation plan in the early 2000s. In 2021, we approved a climate change adaptation plan for the healthcare and social welfare sector. It recognizes the importance of regional perspective in reducing inequalities and the need to pay special attention to children, young people, and indigenous Sami people. Finland recognizes the interlinkages between environment, the economy and health as being critical to strengthening the resilience of health systems and to the achievement of sustainable development. We believe that it's central to promote multi-sectoral cooperation across the government and the whole of society. The government is committed to meeting Finland's emission reduction targets and moving toward carbon neutrality, followed by carbon negativity. At the same time, the government will ensure that its decisions or policy measures do not increase everyday costs for citizens or weaken the competitiveness of business and industry. This can be done. Ladies and gentlemen, strengthening of the health system, advancement of climate-resilient technologies, as well as enhancing resilient and thriving communities for the benefit of present and future generations is crucial. We must also pay attention to human rights and gender perspective in climate strategies and to assure meaningful engagement of persons living in vulnerable situations to ensure that no one is left behind. It is our job to give a hope of a better future for the younger generations. Thank you.
Thank you to Finland. And now over to Jordan. We have 2 minutes.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. It gives me great pleasure to speak before this distinguished gathering representing Jordan in an event where health is for the first time the focus of climate change lens. Jordan recognizes the bi-directional relationship of health and climate. Thus came Jordan's National Health Adaptation Strategy in response to climate change in 2012. However, the implementation of this plan was faced by 2 challenges. First, the influx of Syrian refugees and its resultant exhaustion of the Jordanian health system, followed by the consequences of COVID-19 pandemic during the last 3 years. Those challenges forced more responsive rather than resilient health measures. Ladies and gentlemen, Jordan is determined to fulfill its commitments and contributions toward global agreements and initiatives aiming at more climate change resilient health systems in collaboration with peer countries and stakeholders. Thus, we are planning on developing a 10-year health adaptation strategy which will focus on ensuring more engagement of national and international stakeholders, the expansion of assessment of healthcare facilities' contributions and resilience to climate-related consequences, and reinforcing legislative frameworks, capacity building, and expansion of awareness efforts at national and subnational levels. In conclusion, I declare Jordan's support to the COP28 Declaration on Climate Change and Health. And as we extend our hands to support global efforts in combating the consequences of climate change, we urge our fellow nations to adopt more enabling policies for knowledge sharing and financial support toward a safer and more resilient global health systems. Thank you.
And thank you very much to Jordan, and thank you to all of you. That concludes that session. But I want to say before I conclude here that I am extremely happy to see this moment here, that 28 years after the first COP, today we have 122 ministers of health making declarations to how health is truly the human face of climate change, and that the future is going to be counted in human health and human life, not only dollars and degrees centigrade and Celsius. Thank you to all of you for assuring us of our future. And I now hand over, as we should, to a young medical professional, that is Omnia El Omrani, to take us through the next session, which is about looking at where do we go from here. Over to you, Omnia.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you so much to all the ministers, but also to Dr. Jatinji for moderating the segment, and I couldn't agree more. So my name is Omnia El Omrani. I am a young doctor, and I'm also the first youth envoy to the COP27 president, our Egyptian Minister of Foreign Affairs. And I will be moderating the fourth segment of this ministerial, focusing on the momentum on climate and health. As a young physician, I witnessed firsthand the impacts of climate change on the health of my patients. And I vividly remember a 2-year-old girl presenting with asthma and persisting wheezing because of the high levels of traffic pollution where she lives. Not only did it have detrimental impacts on her growing body and brain, but it also led us to postpone the urgent surgical procedure that she needed over and over again. And this is just one of the many anecdotes of how climate change disproportionately affects the health of children and young people around the world. And this made me personally see the imperative need to recognize the role of health and the healthcare systems as the frontline responders to the impacts of the climate crisis. It also made me realize the importance of equitably transitioning to renewable energy across all sectors, including the health sector, which can prevent the millions of morbidities and mortalities among the current and the future generation. And I believe that the greatest challenge in addressing the climate crisis lies in our ability to deploy the right solutions, financial levers, in a fast and fair manner, but doing that in a way that involves young people in a way that is meaningful and inclusive to them. And I believe that only with your Excellency's leadership as ministers of health, that you can bring and help countries who come to COP to overcome their differences and to realize that they are negotiating the lives and the health of their children and young people. So I believe that health is the driving force for climate justice and intergenerational equity. Health is the ultimate and the only narrative of hope for my generation and the generations to come. And with this, I would like to introduce the fourth segment by inviting Brazil on stage, one of the champion countries on the COP28 Declaration on Climate and Health, for some key reflections on the statements that you have heard, but also the political commitments made at COP28. On stage. Would you like to join us on stage? We're very much looking forward to COP30.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you. Honorable co-chairs, ministers of health, dear colleagues and friends of global health community. Brazil welcomes the COP28 Declaration on Climate Health that is being adopted today. It's key that we work together to strengthen our national health systems' resilience and to prevent worsening health impacts from climate change. We particularly welcome the call to work in close partnership with indigenous people, local communities, and the populations most vulnerable to the health impacts of climate change. Equity will be a priority in our agenda for COP30 in all Brazilian initiatives, as President Lula has announced here in COP28. In the G20, pro tempore President will bring up equity, climate change, and health as a priority issue for our discussions. We'll propose to explore all dimensions on the One Health approach as a key element on this debate. We think also that we need to have an integrated approach that puts together environment and climate change with health and the other ministers. Our main deliverables in the G20 will be the proposals to establish an alliance for regional production and innovation, as well as a G20 debt for health initiatives, so that the payment of or part of them could be exchanged by investments in national health sectors to improve resilience and to improve the climate change and public health needs. Let us always keep in mind that it is our efforts, not words, that will be decisive in addressing the complex nexus on climate change and public health. I mean the collective, concrete efforts of all. In this perspective, I think that the efforts of all global health community, inspired by the idea of seeing climate change as part of the core of the public health problems, and at the same way, think about public health and health aspects in the core of the climate change challenges. I think that is more than necessary. We not do in this initiative without this kind of perspective. Thank you very much. I hope to see you all in COP30 in Belém. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and we're very much looking forward as well to COP30 and your leadership. So now I would like to ask Yongo, the official Children and Youth constituency to the NFCCC, my friend Dr. Dina, to come on stage and share the youth perspectives and demands for governments and ministers here today.
Dearest Excellencies and colleagues present here, today I speak on behalf of Yongo Health Working Group. Yongo is the official youth constituency of UNFCCC, and we comprise youth working on climate change and health. As young people, we find the world of climate action overwhelming. We strongly believe our voices need to be uplifted and are pivotal for driving change. Established in 2018, Yongo Health Working Group has been tirelessly working to have health in the climate space, in the negotiating rooms. We do not want empty words, nor false promises, not even momentous days. We demand action, and action now. It is our right to lead a healthy life in a healthy environment. We are appreciative of the commitments made by countries today, but that's not enough. We need strong accountability mechanisms. In the Global Youth Statement on Climate, which includes inputs by 700,000 young people, we demand action on climate-related health issues, including mental health and promotion of resilient health systems. Let us phase out fossil fuels together. Let us cut down emissions. We are the young people of today, but the leaders of tomorrow. Please give us a healthy planet. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Zina. And now I would like to turn to the floor and also highlight, if it's possible, to keep it to 2 minutes. We're very close to the reception now, so we would love to make it on time. So first on my list, I have the Netherlands.
Esteemed colleagues, I don't need to remind you why we are here. That has been eloquently done by others throughout the day. My mission is to help getting us to the next phase, from awareness to concerted action. In the Netherlands, we have made addressing the impact of climate change on the health sector and vice versa a key priority. We warmly welcome the opportunity provided by the UAE and the first COP Climate Health Ministerial to generate political momentum and international commitment. But the journey does not end here. We now need to translate that political commitment into meaningful action. That is why we, as the Netherlands, are proud to be leading the initiative for a new WHO resolution in climate change and health, together with Peru, Fiji, the United Kingdom, Kenya, and Barbados. The key deliverables we foresee are a global plan of action, building on the broader WHO strategy and complementing the specific action plan for the small island developing states. Second, mainstreaming of climate into the general work program of the WHO. Third, strengthening national commitments on climate resilient and sustainable health systems. And fourth, formalizing the Attach Alliance as a formal WHO platform for sharing knowledge and experiences. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to give the floor to Malta, followed by Panama.
Thank you, Chair. The climate crisis is indeed a health crisis, and I would add a healthcare crisis. The deleterious effects of climate change on the health of our citizens are now well documented and have been the subject of a lot of the discussion today. Add to these deleterious effects on the health of our citizens the negative effects on the capacity of our healthcare systems to cope with increasing workloads, as well as the effects on sustainability, increased demands for and on the already stretched human resources, and the effects on mental health, air quality, and the exacerbation of the development of antimicrobial resistance. And it becomes indeed more than obvious that climate crisis is a health crisis. This week, Malta presented a paper for discussion on health and climate change at the Council of Health Ministers of the European Union. This has the support of 23 other European member states and brings climate change firmly on the European health agenda. As President in Office of the World Health Assembly, I also look forward to a strong climate health resolution in next year's WHO General Assembly. Indeed, I am just now coming straight from a meeting of European health ministers and leaders convened by our friends at WHO Europe, and I'm glad to say that health ministers here at COP, who were once few, are now many, and we are here to stay. Climate change is a whole of society and a whole of government concern, and as such, as health ministers, we need to have a central role in health promoting climate action. The health benefits of climate change mitigation are enormous, as will be enormous the health consequences of our inaction if we fail to act. National and regional heat health plans, which include healthcare capacity building, coordinated surveillance of vector-borne diseases, and preparedness with medical countermeasures such as vaccines and diagnostics, are a logical next step. Madam Chair, this first climate health ministerial meeting, I am confident, will prove to be instrumental as we step up our collective climate action.
Thank you. I would like to now move us to invite Panama, followed by Seychelles.
Muy buenas tardes, excelencias, colegas. Panamá no escapa a la vulnerabilidad de los efectos del cambio climático. Dentro de la Política Nacional de Salud, contamos con un marco legal robusto que busca alcanzar el bienestar y la calidad de vida de la población. Nuestro país, en cumplimiento con la Agenda 2030, creó una comisión de apoyo y seguimiento para su implementación, enfocándose en aquellos que abordan los determinantes ambientales de la salud y contribuyen al objetivo de desarrollo sostenible. Panamá aumentó sus contribuciones nacionales determinadas con 29 compromisos en 10 sectores priorizados con enfoque integrado de mitigación y adaptación, donde el sector salud ha tenido un rol importante. Se han desarrollado e implementado diversas actividades que buscan fortalecer la capacidad de respuesta del sector salud ante enfermedades que pueden verse agravadas por los efectos del cambio climático, las cuales incluyen acciones de prevención, control y tratamiento, así como la vigilancia epidemiológica y ambiental, permitiéndonos reducir los riesgos y mejorar la calidad de vida de las personas afectadas. Desde el Ministerio de Salud hemos llevado a cabo las siguientes acciones. Proyecto piloto de adaptación al cambio climático en zonas vulnerables. Estudio de las afectaciones de salud producto del cambio climático en nuestro país. Hemos iniciado la transición a energías renovables de 825 instalaciones del Ministerio de Salud, 172 cuentan con algún tipo de energía renovable y 2 de nuestros hospitales del interior del país cuentan con plantas termoeléctricas para la producción de agua caliente de sus calderas. Sabemos que aún nos falta mucho por hacer. Necesitamos el apoyo y compromiso de todos los sectores para enfrentar este desafío global. Por todo lo anterior, les invito a que nos sumemos al esfuerzo que realiza la cooperación internacional para lograr un mundo más saludable, resiliente, sostenible y equitativo que garantice el derecho a la salud y a un ambiente sano para las presentes y futuras generaciones. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, Panama. I would like to now invite Seychelles.
Madam Chair, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, Seychelles salutes the efforts of those who have brought health to the agenda of COP28. We commit ourselves to ensuring that health finds its place at the heart of climate action. The negative impact of climate change is both a daily reality and a looming catastrophe to our people. We welcome the acknowledgement that small island states are particularly vulnerable because of their geography, small populations, limited resources, and limited capacity to influence the major factors leading to climate change. As one of those vulnerable seeds, Seychelles recognizes and appreciates the ongoing assistance. We urge the international partners to revisit the criteria for support, which at times may exclude countries such as my own. Creating greater awareness, mobilizing the efforts and resources of our small nation towards concrete and sustained action, and building a resilient health system are all essential commitments on our part. As communicable, non-communicable diseases and mental health issues create greater burdens on health services, these very same health infrastructure suffer the effects of sea level rise, coastal erosion, and flooding. Similarly, climate change impacts on livelihoods, food security, and nutrition. Seychelles fully endorses the Declaration on Climate and Health. We join all countries and partners to take meaningful decisions and commitment to undertake the necessary action to secure a future for ourselves and for our children. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to now invite Uganda.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Uganda recognizes the profound impact climate change has on human health and well-being. Today, the world is on track for an unattainable rise in temperature by the end of this century, with the most resource-vulnerable populations like Uganda's, who contribute the least to carbon emissions, feeling this effect the most. We have the least resources to adapt and build resilience, driving a vicious cycle of poverty, insecurity, and inequity. Climate change is slowing our national development through impacts on the social determinants of health, water, and food security. And the world is failing to meet its global commitments to SDGs, universal health coverage, and health system strengthening. The negative impacts on health are already evident in our country, with changes in weather leading to rises in infectious and vector-borne diseases, heat-related illnesses, non-communicable diseases, and adverse pregnancy outcomes, alongside changes in habitat that drive migration and compromise agriculture and food security, causing flooding, mudslides, drought, and impact livelihoods. Despite strong national plans and ambition, Uganda's health system remains under-resourced and understaffed to meet the challenges posed by climate change. We know strengthening our health system, including increasing the professional health workforce and community health workers to provide high-quality health services, will allow us to better be prepared to respond to the impacts of climate change. These investments will require increased support from the global community to help us adapt to the changes impacting us daily. Insufficient financing is the main stumbling block to fully implementing national health and climate change plans. This climate health financing gap threatens the lives of millions, leaves health systems without critical support, and deepens global health inequities. Debt is crippling many countries around the world, reinforcing cycles of poverty and ill health. We need to help create the physical space needed for governments to make the necessary investments in health. Uganda endorses the Ministerial Declaration. I thank you.
Thank you. Next, I would like to invite Kiribati.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Kamnabanini Maori, and warm Pacific greetings from the people and the government of Kiribati. I am honored to join this important COP28 milestone event with the opportunity to share our experiences. My remote Pacific Island country bears a disproportionate burden of climate change on our country, our people, and our way of life. And we are already seeing the impacts on our health. Changing disease patterns, the impacts of drought, and the effects on mental health are now part of the challenges that we face at the Ministry of Health. Across every remote island and islet, our health staff are delivering healthcare services to our population, leaving no one behind. My ministry is committed to making our facilities more resilient. We are currently rebuilding 2 of our hospitals and refitting many of our health facilities. Our main focus is on ensuring access to renewable solar energy sufficient to run all the critical equipment in our remote facilities. We are also ensuring sufficient water through rainwater harvesting, solar distillation, and other approaches. We are also exploring how to handle medical waste in a more climate-responsive manner, a change from our current open burning or burial. We are relocating one of our hospitals away from a flood-prone area, and our facilities may also need to be relocated. We are introducing other initiatives to link our remote health services with internet so we can support telehealth and to improve monitoring of disease patterns. Today, I respectfully implore each of you to listen, to understand and to act. It is not just about safeguarding our islands, but the world. It is about safeguarding the very essence of our humanity, of being human. With these words, I leave you with the blessings of my Pacific country, Te Maori, Te Roi, o Te Tapamoa, meaning health, peace, and prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite our men.
Your Excellencies and colleagues, on behalf of Government of Oman, we would like to congratulate the United Arab Emirates for hosting COP28. Dear colleague, recognizing the gravity of climate change, Oman Ministry of Health has embarked on a multifaceted approach, leveraging strength and addressing weaknesses through coordinated multi-sectorial effort. We are committed to reaching a net zero emission by 2050 through adopting a multi-sectorial strategies at all levels. We are currently embarking on a vulnerability and adaptation assessment to assess the resilience of healthcare facilities, which will provide the base for National Risk Register, the National Adaptation Plan for establishing an early warning system. Assigning financial resources to adopt initiatives focused on reducing greenhouse gas emission and building a climate-resilient health system is very crucial to ensure a real change and promote sustainable commitment. And finally, we reaffirm our dedication to addressing the intersection of climate change and health. Striving for net zero emission in healthcare facilities, we endorse the COP28 Declaration on Climate and Health and reaffirm our commitment in ensuring the delivery of top-tier health services that prioritize resilience and adaptability in the face of environmental change. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to invite Senegal.
Je vous remercie, Mesdames, Messieurs, Excellences, chers collègues. Le Sénégal, mon pays, adhère à la déclaration sur le climat et la santé, mais également tient à saluer tous les acteurs, les remercier par rapport à la journée dédiée à la santé et au bien-être. Donc, mon pays adhère à la déclaration par rapport à la première partie et compte renforcer la résilience du système de santé et des communautés face aux risques et impacts du changement climatique sur la santé dans certaines régions 5, conformément aux recommandations de notre plan national d'adaptation de la santé au changement climatique, mais également développer un système d'alerte précoce sur les vagues de chaleur et leur impact sur la santé. Déjà une phase pilote donc est déjà entamée dans la région de Fatick au centre du pays en partenariat avec l'Agence nationale de l'aviation civile et de la météorologie ANACIM, mais également avec l'appui du National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration au niveau du GSA. Renforcer la collaboration multisectorielle, multidisciplinaire à travers le point focal national du règlement sanitaire international grâce à la stratégie One Health pour la prise en charge correcte et adéquate des événements liés à la santé humaine, animale et environnementale. Promouvoir des mesures visant à réduire les émissions de gaz à effet de serre, surtout dans nos structures de santé, en installant le dispositif solaire en alternative avec donc le système électrique, mais également bien gérer les déchets biomédicaux avec l'installation des banaliseurs après une collecte et un tri approprié. Favoriser des pistes de recherche sur les déterminants socio-environnementaux qui constituent le facteur causal de beaucoup de maladies, surtout transmissibles, mais également sur la résistance aux antimicrobiens. Il faut dire également que nous nous engageons dans la deuxième partie de la déclaration et nous comptons donc soumettre pour le Fonds vert climat grâce donc à l'appui de l'UNICEF, mais également de Save the Children. Cependant, le département en charge de la santé appelle l'attention particulière des parties sur les conséquences de la sécheresse qu'on voit actuellement, qui constitue une menace grave pour la nutrition et l'alimentation, pouvant aller donc jusqu'à des contraintes majeures dans les communautés impactées en termes de déshydratation au niveau des personnes vulnérables, les femmes enceintes, les enfants et les personnes âgées. Mais surtout les vagues de chaleur pourvoyeuses de stress et d'aggravation des affections cardiovasculaires comme l'hypertension artérielle. Enfin, sur les inondations avec le lot de traumatismes aussi bien physiques et psychiques, mais également de prolifération des maladies transmissibles. Globalement, donc, notre pays adhère à la déclaration conformément aux objectifs. Tout le monde, donc, vive la santé et le climat pour une bonne approche multisectorielle One Health. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Omnia Gitinji, for sharing this fantastic task of co-chairing. The good news is that now at 7 o'clock, the VIP reception will start. You will have people outside the room to accompany you to the place where we can celebrate and all of that, and they will accompany you. I understand there are 10 minutes walking. However, I understand as well that we have plenty of other countries that still wants to take the floor, which means that this is raising a lot of interest. So I will be very happy to now give the floor to those countries who have requested to intervene as well as a signal of the fantastic interest that we're generating. Come on, please, with your energy. We need to create some renewable energy, the human one, that is the one that motivates all of us. And with that spirit, I will love to give the floor now to Kenya. Kenya, please, you have the floor. Where are you, Kenya?
Thank you.
I cannot see you. Right there. Fantastic.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Climate change, compared to a pandemic like COVID-19, is a gentle threat that can easily pass without notice. But the effects are devastating, affecting many of the environmental and social aspects of our society now in the short and long term in future. Kenya endorsed the declaration to demonstrate dedication to protecting public health and achieve universal health coverage. We are strengthening capacity for the health sector workforce, particularly the frontline health workers, including the community health promoters. And in Kenya, we have trained, kitted, and launched 100,000 community health promoters that each will handle 100 households in their communities. And this will train on community health risks, including environmental disaster risk management. We have established the Kenya National Public Health Institute, and this institute is keen to prioritize the One Health and All Hazard approach. We are strengthening the engagement with researchers and decision makers, as well as enhancing capacity to translate research into action. The Ministry of Health in Kenya has prioritized and is mainstreaming climate change in health actions from policy to implementation. And the ministry, again, will unveil its first ever 5-year climate change and health strategy. We have established the first ever Air Pollution Center of Excellence in the Sub-Saharan Africa through the Kenya Medical Research Institute. In terms of mobilization of research, Kenya believes in anchoring important national issues in its laws, and in that regard, Kenya developed the Climate Change Act, which provides each sector like health the legal requirement necessary to institutionalize climate change within sectors. And we have gone further to anchor and integrate climate change and health into our country's medium-term plan.
Thank you very much, Kenya.
Thank you.
And this announcement
and
about
congratulations to all of us.
Oops. Sorry, Kenya. Have you finished your intervention? Thank you very much,
Thank
Kenya.
you.
Thank you.
And congratulations to all of us.
Congratulations, and thanks for bringing energy again. And your announcement of the pollution center is extremely welcome. Thank you very much. Latvia, please, you have the floor, followed by Tanzania.
Yeah, for more energy, I want to thank you very much for this opportunity to speak today, and I would like to express our intervention. So every 10th premature death in Europe is linked to environmental pollution. Up to 18% of all cardiovascular diseases and cancer are caused by environmental factors. Such statistics affirm that we focus our full attention on the negative impact of climate change on health. We should not be merely, and we must commit ourselves to taking concrete practical steps to enforce the Declaration on Climate and Health that my country fully endorses. Latvia has been doing its part. We have adopted several strategic action plans, ambitious climate health policy until year 2030, and the plans have introduced various measures. For a few, I would just name just a few: conduct public awareness campaigns on the impact of climate change on the incidence of non-communicable diseases, conduct research on the effect of climate change on the activity of infectious diseases, fight against antimicrobial resistance, which is a serious public health threat that's triggered, among others, by climate change, and educate people with chronic diseases on preventive measures during heat waves, and monitor related morbidity and mortality indicators. We will ensure the public health is taken care of in a climate-friendly manner by promoting energy efficiency and sustainable waste management. The largest university hospital in Latvia have been taking the lead for actively implementing these measures. Climate change mostly impacts the health of people of vulnerable groups. Therefore, I believe it's our moral responsibility as policymakers and experts responsible for health not to waste another single moment and facilitate our efforts both on the national level and the global one. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Sergio. Let's keep with this moral responsibility. My pleasure now to give the floor to Tanzania.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson, for giving me this opportunity to share health sector commitment on building a climate-resilient health system in Tanzania. Considering the increasing impact of the changing climate and hydroecological system on health in Tanzania, the Ministry of Health has developed a 5-year health sector national adaptation plan. The strategic objectives and the adaptation actions are informed by climate change-related health risk and vulnerability in Tanzania, existing relevant national policies and programs, and current adaptive capacity of the health system. Chairperson, diarrhea, diseases, and malaria, both leading causes of death for children under 5 years in Tanzania, and on the other hand, dengue, chikungunya, and neglected tropical diseases are likely to escalate due to increasing temperature and heavy rainfall events. For example, today, I'm very sad to share with you that we have lost more than 20 people in Tanzania, and 70 people have been injured from floods which have happened last night. Projected increase in flooding threatens further outbreak of waterborne diseases such as cholera and typhoid, as just as 88% of the urban population and 77% of rural population has access to improved drinking water sources. Madam Chairperson, Tanzania will put and advocate for climate change and health agenda to be among the top-level priorities in various sectors and ensure proper understanding and resource allocation. We will improve referral system to save lives of people, particularly maternal neonates. Furthermore, we will ensure access to health commodities, supply chain, availability of alternative energy, emergency response toward disease outbreak, research, and early warning information communication. We will also utilize the already developed early warning dashboard to predict and prepare for prevention and control of climate-sensitive environmental risk and the epidemiological trend collected, analyzed, and interpreted on a continual basis and timely response. To conclude, Madam Chairperson, we will seek to use the Vulnerability and Adaptation Assessment Health National Adaptation Plan and our Action Plan for a Sustainable Low-Carbon Health System to facilitate access to climate change funding for health. It is our anticipation that the commitment will make a substantial and long-term contributions to protect the health of the people of Tanzania, as well as helping to support achieving the targets of the Paris Agreement. Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson, for the...
Thank you, Madam Tanzania. Let me give the floor now to Mauritius, to be followed by Qatar. Mauritius, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam. Ladies and gentlemen, I am privileged today to take part in this first health and climate change ministerial meeting at the COP28. At the very outset, I would like to thank the COP28 presidency and the World Health Organization for bringing the interconnections between health and climate change under spotlight. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has highlighted that climate change has increased heat-related mortality. It is projected that waterborne and foodborne and vector-borne diseases would continue to rise if no timely action is undertaken. It is also indicated that heat stress would increase. In the overall, there would be more mental and psychological issues. The COP28 Declaration on Climate and Health captures the essence of our concern in addressing the interactions between climate change and human health and well-being in the context of the long-term goals of the Paris Agreement. In line with the key elements of the COP28 Declaration on Climate and Health, I am pleased to inform the audience that in Mauritius, we already have an epidemic alert response system which focuses on disease surveillance and vector control. This mechanism has borne its fruits in the context of malaria surveillance and monitoring the wake of chikungunya and dengue outbreaks. Mauritius is investing around 7% of its GDP on health services. Further investment will be required to address the increasing impacts of climate change on the health sector, the more so that Mauritius has an aging population, meaning that the climate impacts are expected to be higher, hence requiring different types of health services. The following activities will also be implemented under the plan which is being prepared by the National Adaptation Plan to identify adaptation solutions for reducing the health risks of climate change. Also, we are preparing the mainstream health in the climate change agenda, creating context-specific evidence base of the health impacts and climate change to inform optimal evidence-based adapting planning, including a gender responsive and sex disaggregated comprehensive climate change. It strengthens the health sector capacity and assess the health co-benefits of mitigation actions that can be achieved at national level. To conclude, I would like to highlight the need to find synergies between the way we address climate-induced health impacts and development issues, such as, for example, Sustainable Development Goal 3. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll thank you.
Thank you very much, Mauritius. Let me give the floor now to Qatar, to be followed by Pakistan. Qatar, please, you have the floor. Qatar? Okay, let's move to Pakistan. Pakistan, you have the floor, please. Oh, sorry, Qatar. Apologies.
يسعدني أن أكون معكم في هذا الاجتماع الهام والذي يناقش أحد أهم القضايا العالمية الملحة والتي باتت أحد الموضوعات ذات الأهمية على أجندة الاجتماعات الوطنية والإقليمية وكذلك الدولية. سيدة الرئيسة، قطر تؤيد إعلان الإمارات العربية المتحدة بشأن مؤتمر الأمم المتحدة المعني بتغيير المناخ COP28، كما أنها تعمل على القيام بالإجراءات الخاصة للانضمام إلى التحالف حول العمل المناخي والصحة attach. I thank you.
Fantastic announcement. Thank you so much, Qatar. Pakistan, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Co-Chair.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. First of all, congratulations to all of you for holding the first health ministerial interaction on climate and health. Pakistan fully endorses the Declaration on Climate Health. Who better than us knows the calamity of climate change? In one incident in 2022, Pakistan lost more than 1,700 lives, 33 million children affected, 33 million people displaced, houses, health centers, and education centers have been demolished. We lost $30 billion in economic loss. This is one snapshot. We are also losing 22,000 unnecessary people due to air pollution and 52,000 children due to unhygienic water. Now, what we have done? First of all, Pakistan, based on the COP26 recommendation, have developed the climate adaptation plan and have been duly endorsed and approved. Now, in the domain of climate and health, we have done a scoping study of climate and health interactions that then led to the development of a strategic framework on climate and health. We are also undertaking a research study on the technological need assessment and the climate health vulnerability assessment that will then feed into the health climate adaptation plan that will be endorsed in 2024. We have moved from fossil fuel energy in the health centers, and we are solarizing the health centers. In the second step, we are using LED energy-saving lights, and also we are moving towards, in a phased manner, towards the renewable energy in place of the fossil fuel. But this is not enough. We are aware we'll be doing much more. We have a vision, a strategy, commitment, and determination, but we are defeated by resources and the climate injustice. We urge this forum to plead on our part for the climate justice through a climate justice and equity lens. I thank you all.
Thank you, Pakistan. Thank you very much. Yes, it's a good idea to solarize the healthcare facilities. Well done. Turkey, please, to be followed by Lebanon.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Ministers, esteemed participants. To begin with, I would like to express my gratitude for being with you at this historic meeting and having the opportunity to address you. We are aware of the fact that the climate crisis is a health crisis. Of course, bringing our external stakeholders to the same point with us may not always happen as quickly as we aspire. In this sense, I would like to thank COP28 presidency for this meeting, which constitutes an important and historical milestone in terms of both preparedness and response of the health sector to the climate crisis. As we all know well, climate change involves many cross-border issues that are dynamic and require global cooperation. However, during the process of global response to climate change, health is one of the important intersection points of countries in terms of its place and potential. Therefore, health must be utilized as a conciliatory flagship in COP negotiations. I have no doubt that over time, all our stakeholders other than health will come to the same point with us healthcare professionals. I think this is an important step towards achieving the goals we set in climate and health declaration that we will adopt. Political determinations should be strengthened with guiding technical implementation details. For sure, we have responsibilities that we must fulfill quickly in order for these documents to turn into concrete action, especially at the national level. We have to modify each component of our health systems with new perspectives, starting from increasing the awareness of health professionals and citizens about the connection between climate change and health. Dear participants, as the Minister of Health, climate change has been an important issue on our agenda for many years. Our health commitments are included in our updated nationally determined contribution. We support the attached initiative and send our letter of participation to WHO before the COP. Turkey supports the declaration we adopt today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Turkey, and welcome to the declaration signatures. We will put you on increasing the number. Thank you so much. Lebanon, please, seguido de la Guinea Ecuatorial. Lebanon. you have the floor.
Excellencies, colleagues, I would like first to congratulate the UAE on what is clearly a very successful COP28. Climate change is an immediate and pressing public health risk in the MENA region, particularly in Lebanon, where refugees constitute nearly a third of the population. Last year, water scarcity led to the first cholera outbreak in 3 decades. We're acutely aware of how climate change adversely affects health, especially against the backdrop of our fragile health system grappling with multiple crises in a resource-limited setting. Despite these challenges, Lebanon's Ministry of Public Health has been proactive. Adapting our health system to climate change was an integral component of the National Health Strategy launched in January 2023. Our efforts, bolstered by the strength of partnerships, include launching a renewable energy strategy for the health sector in 2022, resulting in the solarization of 50% of our public hospitals and over 70% of primary healthcare centers. We've also begun implementing a strategy for proper medical waste disposal. These actions align with our commitment to the sustainable development and the overarching missions of COP28. Raising awareness and fostering policy dialogues at local, regional, and international levels has been vital. A prime example of such collaboration is the newly established Regional GeoHealth Hub on climate change and health in the MENA. This hub exemplifies the synergy of academic, community, and policy collaboration and is pivotal in generating scientific evidence to guide decision makers. In this context of shared global challenges, we call upon developed countries to acknowledge and support the disproportionate burden shouldered by nations like Lebanon. It is through common but differentiated responsibility and international solidarity that we can truly address the intertwined issues of climate change and health. As COP28 marks the first conference with a health-centric focus, we reaffirm our dedication to building resilient and sustainable healthcare systems and endorse the Declaration on Climate and Health. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very much, Lebanon, for leading on the access to clean energy as well. Tiene la palabra la Guinea Ecuatorial.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta, distinguidos invitados, compañeros defensores de la salud y estimados colegas. Me presento hoy ante ustedes no simplemente como ministro de Sanidad y Bienestar Social de la República de Guinea Ecuatorial, sino como un ser humano profundamente preocupado por el profundo impacto del cambio climático en la salud y bienestar de los habitantes de nuestro planeta. Es un honor para nosotros tomar la palabra en esta reunión histórica sobre la interconectividad entre el cambio climático y la salud. En representación del Gobierno de la República de Guinea Ecuatorial, queremos expresar nuestro agradecimiento por el liderazgo compartido de la OMS y de los organizadores para incluir esta temática en el centro del Foro Mundial sobre el Cambio Climático. Guinea Ecuatorial desea expresar su preocupación por el impacto del cambio climático sobre las enfermedades emergentes y reemergentes, tales como el dengue, la malaria y la fiebre tifoidea, así como un aumento de enfermedades respiratorias como el asma y la persistencia de enfermedades no transmisibles, entre otras. Pues la crisis climática es una emergencia sanitaria, de ahí que el cambio climático esté siendo un caldo de cultivo para enfermedades, poniendo en peligro no solo la salud de todos, incluyendo nuestras poblaciones más vulnerables. En Guinea Ecuatorial, los efectos del cambio climático son reales y tangibles y alteran los servicios de salud esenciales, incluida la salud sexual y reproductiva, con consecuencias directas para la salud materna e infantil. Como consecuencia, Guinea Ecuatorial ha puesto en marcha un plan de desarrollo sanitario con el enfoque de una sola salud, seguridad sanitaria y emergencias. Guinea Ecuatorial desea expresar su apoyo rotundo en la resolución conjunta sobre el cambio climático y salud desarrollado en los márgenes de la celebración de este Foro Global sobre el Cambio Climático y recomienda un esfuerzo sostenible para la adaptación de los sistemas sanitarios frágiles de los países del sur y en vía de desarrollo. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Guinea Ecuatorial, y gracias por apoyar la resolución también. Añadimos un número más. Gracias. Somalia, you have the floor, please.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my gratitude to the host nation of COP28, UAE, and the World Health Organization for hosting this inaugural health ministerial meeting this afternoon. This gathering presents a vital opportunity for us to come together, share our experiences, and work towards effective solutions to combat the pressing challenges of climate change. The absence of 5 consecutive rainfalls in Somalia has caused severe drought conditions, followed by heavy rains that result in devastating floods. The people of Somalia have been continuously displaced by these recurring droughts and floods, experiencing the adverse effects of climate change in every season. Despite having contributed relatively less to climate damage, Somalia finds itself as victim of the global climate crisis. It is crucial to extend support to Somalia in addressing the climate consequences it faces, including the provision of adequate resources for combating diseases, implementing early warning systems, and facilitating the solarization of health facilities, and to strengthen our public health institutions and health resilience system to ensure the well-being and resiliency of its population. As we convene here today, we must acknowledge the importance of collective responsibility and solidarity. No single nation or organization can address climate change alone. Only through collaborative efforts, enhanced cooperation, and innovative approaches, we hope to mitigate the impacts and build a sustainable future for all. In conclusion, Somalia will seize this moment and commit ourselves to ambitious climate action. Together, we can forge a sustainable and resilient future, safeguarding our planet for generations to come. I look forward to fruitful discussions and meaningful outcome during this climate ministerial meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Somalia. Let me now give the floor to the country that hosts the headquarters of the World Health Organization, Switzerland. La Suisse, vous avez la parole.
Merci, Madame la coprésidente. Nous remercions tout d'abord les Émirats arabes unis de nous avoir réunis aujourd'hui pour cette première journée santé durant la COP28. La Suisse soutient la déclaration sur le climat et la santé. Nous y ajoutons volontiers donc notre signature. C'est un premier pas important, mais nous devons aller encore plus loin et agir de manière plus décisive. L'objectif de la Suisse pour cette COP28 est de prendre des mesures concrètes pour réduire les émissions à effet de serre et limiter le réchauffement climatique à 1,5 degré. Cela protégera la santé des populations du monde entier. La Suisse souhaite souligner 3 points prioritaires. 1. Pour répondre aux défis globaux, y inclut le changement climatique, nous devons renforcer l'architecture globale de protection sanitaire avec l'OMS en son centre. L'OMS s'est déjà engagée pour s'assurer que la santé soit au cœur des négociations climatiques et environnementales. Nous saluons les nombreuses résolutions et initiatives pour renforcer ces actions conjointes. 2, nous devons aussi renforcer la résilience et l'adaptivité des systèmes de santé, avec notamment une approche une seule santé pour gérer des dangers liés au climat, comme des vagues de chaleur plus fréquentes ou le risque accru de maladies transmissibles d'origine zoonotique. 3, nous devons créer des synergies et appliquer des approches de collaboration multidisciplinaires. La Suisse est prête à faire sa part et soutient le travail à venir dans son domaine. La Genève internationale que vous avez mentionnée, avec sa large et diverse expertise, peut jouer un rôle central à cet égard. Genève est d'ailleurs en train de devenir le hub global de lutte contre la pollution. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup la Suisse et la Genève internationale. Super. I will give the floor now to Cyprus to be followed by Kyrgyzstan, please. Cyprus, you have the floor.
Thank you. First of all, we would like to extend our sincere congratulations to the COP28 presidency, to WHO and the UAE Ministry of Health and Prevention for hosting this inaugural Climate Health Ministerial Conference within the framework of the 28th Conference of the Parties of the UN Climate Change Conference. We also like to commend the efforts for all countries expressing their political commitment to address the profound impacts of climate change on the health of our nations. The Republic of Cyprus recognizes the profound nexus between climate and health that reverberates globally, regionally, as well as nationally, and endorses the Climate Health Declaration. Cyprus is a frontline nation in the global climate change hotspot of the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East region. Our region faces challenges spanning exposure to extreme weather, shifts in air quality, infectious disease transmission patterns. Issues of water and food availability are compounded by various factors such as age, gender, economic status, population growth, urbanization rate, and the displacement of people due to political conflicts. We acknowledge the urgency of addressing climate-related health challenges and that this crisis requires collaborative action. For this reason, we spearheaded an alliance with 10 regional countries at COP27, and we have prioritized research on critical policy relevant knowledge gaps. These include understanding the long-term health effects of climate change, the psychological impacts of the climate crisis, and the intricate interactions between adaptation and mitigation strategies. We need comprehensive strategies for addressing water scarcity, for improving the health of displaced populations, and for monitoring and controlling infectious diseases. In endorsing this declaration, Cyprus reaffirms its dedication to forging a resilient, sustainable future, one where the intricate interplay between climate and health is addressed through unwavering cooperation and transformative policies for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Cyprus. I will give the floor now to Kyrgyzstan, followed by Indonesia, who will have the privilege to be the last one intervention today. So Kyrgyzstan, please, you have the floor.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, для меня большая честь отстаивать право граждан Кыргызстана на здоровую окружающую среду и благополучие. Изменение климата представляет собой серьезную глобальную угрозу здоровью. И наша горная страна, расположенная в Центральной Азии, сталкивается с повышенной уязвимостью из-за континентального и засушливого климата. Повышение температур, уменьшение атмосферных осадков и нарушение гидрологического режима приводит к сокращению источников водоснабжения и снижает качество воды. Соответственно, увеличится риск роста инфекционных заболеваний, сердечно-сосудистых и респираторных заболеваний, усугубляя аномальной жарой и загрязнение воздуха от угля и топлива. Признавая это, Кыргызстан уделяет приоритетное внимание здравоохранению в своих климатических стратегиях, национальных планах по адаптации и программе «Здоровый человек. Процветающая страна». Поэтому уже сейчас необходимы срочные решения, укрепление механизмов адаптации и создание устойчивой системы здравоохранения. Международная поддержка и обмен опытом имеют решающее значение. Подготовка учреждений здравоохранения к эффективному управлению с чрезвычайными ситуациями, связанными с изменением климата, путем внедрения инновационных технологий. Модернизация служб экстренной медицинской помощи, особенно в горных районах, требует срочных решений, дополнительного финансирования и инвестиций. Мы понимаем, что важно решительные действия в охране здоровья людей и укреплениях систем здравоохранения в наших странах. Изменения климата неизбежны. Сейчас важны действия. Действия поддержки, укрепления, обмена успешного опыта. Важно объединить наши усилия и сохранить здоровье наших современников и дать будущее нашим странам. Благодарю за внимание.
Thank you very much, Kyrgyzstan. I was giving the Indonesia the pleasure to close this fantastic session, but I'm afraid Indonesia, I will take it from you because we have Namibia. So first, Indonesia, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam, Ministers and colleagues. Assalamualaikum. Indonesia appreciates the initiative of the United Arab Emirates and HWO, and we are really honored to be invited to the initiative. Indonesia believes that a strong climate change response will result in optimal public health. As such, Indonesia is pleased to endorse the first initiative. Indonesia is in progress to building better, more resilient, and environmentally sustainable health system in the context of climate change. Our country is taking a comprehensive approach to climate change adaptation, including developing regulation, guidelines, and tools. And we are conducting research and assessment, and we're training our health workers to be able to adapt to the climate change. And second, Indonesia is protecting the public from the range of climate risks to health. Indonesia is taking a comprehensive approach to climate change mitigation and adaptation, including conducting research, developing intervention, and we are integrating climate change consideration into existing programs. Our country is also collaborating with other government agencies, international organizations, and civil society organizations to address climate change and its impact on health. And lastly, Indonesia is in progress to reducing carbon emission and improving health. We believe that climate change is a major threat to human health, and we are taking action to address the challenge. We are implementing a number of initiatives to reduce greenhouse gas emission from our health facilities, and we are also working to improve the resilience of our health system to climate change. And the last, we call on our stakeholders, our colleagues, to join us in our effort to protect the health of our planet and our people. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you very much. And then I think we don't want anyone to leave this room without the opportunity to talk. So now we have Namibia to close this session. Namibia, please, you have the floor. Where is Namibia? There is no Namibia? Yay! Namibia?
Yes. Many thanks, Chair, Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, distinguished colleagues. Climate change presents a monumental threat to human health and an existential threat to human and animal life on Earth. In Namibia, changes in temperature and precipitation patterns have influenced the prevalence and distribution of vector-borne diseases like malaria and other waterborne illnesses, amongst others. This complex interplay of environmental and socioeconomic factors due to the climate change emphasizes the need for comprehensive strategies to address these challenges. It is against this backdrop that Namibia welcomes the political declaration on climate change and health as timely, considering the well-documented impacts of climate change on health. In particular, Namibia takes note with appreciation the references to cross-sectoral adaptation actions to deliver positive health outcomes and promoting measures to address the social and environmental determinants of health and advancing universal health coverage. In accordance with the Paris Agreement, Namibia is of the view that the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities should be well recognized. While there is a duty on all countries to take action to mitigate the effects of climate change, the types of action they take will depend on their differing national circumstances. This is an important principle to reference in the declaration, as developing countries do not have the same capacities as developed countries to mitigate or respond to the effects of climate change. Therefore, Namibia urges that the declaration to take this into consideration and encourage stronger commitments to address the challenges faced by developing countries with regards to the timely and equitable access to global financing mechanisms, including by calling for more predictable and sustainable financing commitments from developed countries to support the developing world's health and climate programs. In closing, and to quote the Secretary General of the United Nations, we can't save a burning planet with a fire hose of fossil fuels. Our commitments to taking long-term measures to end the climate health crises must match the needs of countries who are most vulnerable to the effects of climate change. It is incumbent on all of us here to do our part to address and mitigate the effects of climate change. However, this should be guided by the principle of equity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Namibia. I'm not sure whether you have the last word or not, because we have Laos who have requested the People's Democratic Republic of Laos. They're gone. In that case, Namibia, you have the pleasure to have the last word. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, people engaged on public health, I just wanted to congratulate you. What happened here today is irreversible. No one will go back. We will go only ahead and on a very incredible way towards more ambition and speed. Nobody's gonna stop us. Once the health is inside, nobody will push us out. Thank you so much for what you have done. This is the diagnosis. We have a very clear diagnosis. We have